resilience in the fold. Hedge pressurizing, the charts are bold. Daily bands rapping, stories untold. Riding with rocket scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade hold never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory. Heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their cloud. Riding with rocket scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Treading on, the pulse ascending, mind on fire, never ending. Dreams of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Riding with a rocket scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory. Heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their cloud. Checking the charts with their AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, tracking the charts. Midnight glory. Sanctuary in awe, it's blending. Mind on fire, never ending. Dreams of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night.
What's up, friends? Good morning. Good morning. Hold on one second. What's up, everybody? Hold on one second here. Let me catch up. Catch up with some stuff. Hold up. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? What time? Wait, 9 a.m. Eastern. Oh, shoot. Hold on, guys. It's at 9 a.m. today. Hold on. I'm on the My Fed and Futures show today. I'm going to have to turn my stream off. But hold on. I'm going to leave this here. Hold up. Don't go anywhere, guys. Hold up. Good morning. Oh, shoot. I think I'm Let me double check this. I thought it was supposed to be in an hour. Hold on. Hey guys, give me a second. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to restart the stream though with my other encoder. Just stay put. Good morning, guys. Hold on.
Try a different kind of screen share, so let me know if that looks weird or anything.
Okay. Like what you've got out there, the screen that you got?
Yeah.
What's up, everyone?
I'm running it through OBS, so hopefully that doesn't crash. But I'm more used to sharing.
What's up, guys? All right, we're back. Sorry. Hold on one second. Let's see if this works. My bad. We're back. We're back. Hold on, what am I doing here? All right, guys, what's up? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Okay. Howdy. Give me 1 second here. What's up, guys? Good morning. Yeah, no webcam today because I'm going to be doing the My Funded Futures show, so that's going to be this morning. Maybe, I don't know what time. Let me see what time they need me on here, though. Hold on. I thought they wanted me on normally like an hour from now, but then they said, let me see what he says. Hold up. Oh, okay. They were an hour off. Okay, okay, cool. I'll be live. Okay. All right, whatever. I'll do webcam. Hold on. Let's see. Hold up. Good morning, guys. Good morning. All right, let's get ready to get going. Wow, we are outside of DD bands already. What's going on? Oh, that's right. We had an announcement yesterday that Trump is coming out with a deal with somebody. Who was it, though? Somewhere in the UK, right? UK, isn't it? Good morning. Hold up. All right, let's try the camera switch one more time. I have a clever idea on how I can do this. But if I do it this way, then you lose my charts. Let me think. All right, guys, I'm going to do something. Don't leave yet. Just refresh your browser in like 10 seconds, okay? All right. All right, guys, what's up? I'm back. All right, camera switcheroo. This is going to be kind of tough. Figure it out later. All right, so guys, don't let me forget today at 10 o'clock a.m. Eastern, I'm going to be on the My Fun and Future show for about an hour. So I'm going to have to like turn the stream off for a hot minute and then turn it back on. I can't do virtual camera, which I try to get going, but it's going to be hard because it won't let me share my screen with you guys if I do that with them. So I don't even know. Base with no screen. Oh yeah, no, this is good. This is good. Okay, ready? Let's get ready to start the training day, you guys. Good morning. What's up, everybody? Good morning. Simon, Jim, Victor. I'm gonna read the first 50 names. We don't have a lot of time. Justin, Beavis, Stu, Kumo, Bulla Bullish, Chan, Patty, Jason, Simon, Morris, Dean, Bruce, Chris, Frank, Victor, Massander, HR, PB, Don, Meg Bond, Benny. What's up? What's up, everybody? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. All right. 2 camera setup. Yeah, the thing is I'm going to have to get a second camera just for this one stream, and that's what I'm going to have to do. But the thing is, instead of setting like a crummy webcam, I just want to make sure it like at least looks good. You know what I mean? Like I have this awesome camera here that I use. I want to make sure the camera at least looks good. Anyways. All right. Can we start a Rocket Scooter song, get the high energy? I mean, if one asks, one shall receive. We can already pump the song already. That always gets the energy going for me. Ooh. Outside of DD bands today, 2174 NASDAQ. That looks good. Trading micros? Oh, no. I just had that still sitting there. That was from yesterday. Brrr. I need like a money printer thing. Like a money printer machine. So what's this Trump announcement that can be as big as it gets, right? That thing coming out Monday? What do we think it's going to be? Oh yeah, let me set my alarm so I don't forget about this other show. It's going to be at 9. 8:55. All right, so whenever this happens, I'm prepping you guys right now. Y'all help me out because I have to cut the stream out for like literally 10 seconds. I know 500 people are going to be confused. So when that happens, woo, I feel pumped up, ready to go. So when that happens, just tell everyone, refresh your browser, be like, Matt, I'll be right back. It's weird how I have to do it, but I have to do it, so. I just have to basically cut out the stream feed for a minute and then switch things out and then go. Now, what I'm going to do is get like a second camera. That way I can have one camera here because it's hard to split the camera feeds to different places without losing the stream element here of you being able to see what's on my stream. Craziness, I know. All right, so we're opening up inside of DD Bands. You guys know the drill here. Apparently we have a trade, first of trade deals. So like something was like first of many. Announced that the UK will be limited in scope, heavy on future commitments, and leave the existing 10% universal tariffs in place. Blah, blah, blah. That was from this morning, but he announced something yesterday in the overnight. I remember just sitting there and hearing this while I was downstairs. Something. I remember yesterday, even like before I went to the gym, I think, is when I saw it. The first announcement of something. Same with the NVIDIA. Oh, that's what it was. NVIDIA has objected the rule. Officials ready to repeal AI diffusion rule launched by Biden. Trump to rescind global chip curbs, blah, blah, blah. And then we popped up pretty big on that. I think that was here. Right about that time, right? That's what it was. Trump to expect to announce trade deal with Britain on Thursday. Okay. Yep. So that's today. Is it just Britain or is it a lot of other people? It's only UK. Yep. Okay. Good deal. Good deal. All right. The economic data today. Let's see what's going on. And actually, I want to see what the next week. Yep, the Michigan numbers next week. Okay. Because remember, we had crazy Michigan numbers expected with these tariffs going out. And that's what I'm kind of like bring some talking points to the show today. That and what was I thinking? Michigan GDP. Can I wonder if I can just search for like a GDP. Is him still a thing that showed up as like trending right now? Is him still like the trending, the next GameStop's everybody's saying? Is that the next like Reddit stock? Penis pills? Hair and hair finasteride or whatever? Penis pills and Rogaine. That's the next big thing. Awesome. Right. Rightly so, you know, I mean, obviously. your wiener all at the same time. They're so funny. Where's that GDP number? Hold on. I'm getting the GDP from next week. There it is. Okay. Open a new tab. And the tariffs are with China is 100 and he said 145. What's 145? I'm trying to remember the numbers. In case I'm asked about it. I'll be on my funded show today. I'm probably gonna bring up some talking points. This was. We'll do the pre-market second, guys. What's up? Hit that like button. Today we'll do TPT giveaway. We've been crushing it, man. Been having a good time. Been trading my funded next account, and I thought I had passed it, but then I forgot the consistency rule. So here's the thing with the consistency rule, is that whatever you end up getting for your consistency rule. Where's my drawing tool? So as a rule of thumb, is the minimum days it's going to take. And I realized the trick. I was sitting there like shower thoughts, like while I'm laying in bed. So basically, if consistency rule is 50%, right? Pop quiz, you guys. How many days does it take to pass an eval or anything with 50% consistency? Right? I'm just making up an example for the math. 2. Okay, so guess what? You guys are all wrong. It's not actually 2. Think about it further. How many actual days is it? It dawned on me that I used to think it was 2 as well. It's actually 3. And I was like, wait a minute. And I thought about this and I came up with this huge. Now think about what you said. Why is it 3? Well, because you're not going to hit exactly the same unless you get exactly half and exactly half, then you made it, right? It's 3 minimum. So think about it like this, right? And I found this out to be such a brilliant thing some of them are doing. Okay, so watch. If it's basically you take 1 divided by the fraction plus 1, okay, is equal to actual min days. So 50% means you have to get 2 days plus 1 unless you get exactly half, right? So 25% is, watch, just the exercise with me. I know it's elementary with some of you guys. 25% is how many days? Because you're not going to get exactly the same profit, right? You have to get, if it's $3,000 at 50%, you need to get $1,500 and $1,500 and not a penny more or less, or it forces you to trade another day. 5. Right. Okay. So Tradeify has a 35% consistency and Funded Next has 40. How many days for each one of those? Think about it. Are they the same? So this is 3.85 when you do the math. This formula. And this is 3.5. They're all 4 days. They're both 4 days. And think about it like this, guys. At least 3, but most likely 4. It's the at least that it is never achievable. So for somebody to advertise 35% versus 40%, it looks so much better on paper, but they're both 4 days from your perspective. As a matter of fact, if I started a prop firm, I would make it 49% so I can market it better, and it's still 4 days. Does that make sense? Are you thinking what I'm thinking? If anybody's understood that the discrete number of days is really where the risk is, sure, you have to make a certain amount probabilistically, but the idea is how much you make in a day. math is math. It's like there's no difference between. So basically, when you really think about it from your perspective, anything that's between 33% consistency and 49% consistency from your perspective is that right? Oh, wait. 1 divided by 0.49 equals, yeah. They're both equal 4 days. They're all equal 4 days. Does that make sense? Because this is for passing eval. So what I'm saying is when you're comparing eval prices, the number of days minimum that it takes for you to pass is the same no matter what. 33 is 33.3. You're right. Sorry, 33.3. Okay, we'll do it like this. You're exactly right. 33.4. So anything between those two are all going to cost you at least 4 days to get in there. So when you're comparing your prop firm, there's a discrete break between anything less than this is going to take you 5 days for the most part. So something that's 20% is going to take you 6 days to pass, not 5, but 6. So there's a huge like area where they're all 4 days. And when you're looking at your prop firms, this is a big deal because a lot of them are like, well, I'm giving you 30%. The other ones are like, well, these guys give you 45% or whatever. But at the end of the day, it's still the same amount of trading days for you. Your profits can be slightly different. Like you're allowed a little more leeway with one of them being bigger than the other. But I was thinking about it whenever I was passing my thing. I was like, why have I never contemplated this before? It's always one extra day because you're never going to get exactly the split profit down the middle. And then it dawned on me that it's more just marketing. Consistency rule between 33.4 and 49% is literally just marketing. There is no change in risk for them because it's the same amount of days for you. You need 4 winning days. Each winning day needs to be less than the maximum win of your account. The maximum in your account needs to be under the consistency or whatever it is, your new profit target if you go over. But yeah. So thought about letting you guys. Yeah, I stream on Zoom daily in the afternoons for sure. Top Step has a buffer. How much is that buffer that allows you? And I remember Top Step does have a little bit of a leeway. It's like if you're over by like a couple of bucks. So an example is something with 40% consistency. If you get an example, 2,500 bucks at 40% consistency, right? Means on your 3 trading days, you need to get $833 exactly each day. And then you can pass it on the 3rd day with 40% consistency. If any one of those trades are different than 833, then you must trade another day. If you trade under, then you need to make an extra buck, which forces your balance slightly higher on the next trade. So you must trade another day. As long as you don't hit it exactly on par, there's always an extra day to the number. So essentially, you're always like right now, I need to make like 40 bucks or something. Let's count. It's max consistency. Because remember, I'm new to the whole prop game, so that's why I'm talking to you guys about it. So the maximum trade. So Simon says a 2,500 example, do 900, 907. That's 25. Okay. So help me with my shower thought here. If I'm understanding the rules right. So in your example, Simon, 2,500 divided by 900. Oops, sorry. Is 36. So that would be under 40%. Max day is 1,000 in my $2,500 example. So if I make 1,000 though, 1,000 is 40%. Is that what you're saying? Back in the shower? Okay, yeah, I'm very confused. So 14 minus 250, 400 is passed. So just 9 times 4. Okay. So by example, that's what I was thinking. I was like, because all of these consistent, like, trust me, like I said, like I'm a real futures trader that always had a real account. I'm like diving into this prop firm world, and I'm now like looking at evals and consistency rules and stuff. Okay, so in the example of 2,500, 40% is 1,000, right? So no one of my trades can go over 1,000. That's what you're saying, right? So basically, if I do 1,000 and 1,000, so that would work if I did 1,000. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, so basically, I'm sorry, this is a 33%. This example was 33%, not 40. I divided it by 3. So in 40%, I can't go over 1,000. Okay, so I could still do it in 3 days then, as long as I don't, the one trade can't be over 40%. Oh, okay. Because I was like, thinking in my head, I was like, what's the difference between all of them if it's just the total? Okay, I get it. I get it now. Your max trade, not all your trades. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Okay, so forget everything I said this morning. Oh. I was like, okay, because if all your trades need to be under that, you need like 5 green days past eval. I know, I had like a weird shower thought. I was thinking about it because the consistency rule, I was like, did I have a brain fart or did I discover something different? Because I was like, what's the difference between 35 and 40%? So like, what's the actual difference in my trading number of days total? So like with Top Step, if it's 50%, you need to hit it exactly and exactly. And if one trade goes over, then it's an extra day. So that's 3 days. Like if you make 5,500 and then you make 4,500, then you need to make a little bit more profit on a 10K. Yeah. Don't give them any ideas? Okay. 50% should be 3. So if it's 2,400 and it's 33.3%, then you need 800 max. And if you go over 800 in any one of your trades, then it's an extra day. So at 2,500, if you go over 1,000, then it's an extra day. Okay. So the difference between 35, think about this, it's like a $2,500 account. 35 divided by 2,500 is, oops. Trust me, I'm good at math, you guys. So 2,500 is 875 on. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. And then we do. So if I go over 875 in a $2,500 account, 35%, then I have to trade an extra day. So the difference is 2,500 times 40. All it does is make your max trade size slightly bigger. So then what you're actually paying, because I was trying to do an equation to say like, so what I'm actually trying to create for you guys with my shower thought is a mathematical equation to value prop firms. So I'm going to do something nobody's actually done. Oh, okay, we'll do market direction in just a second. Oh, we got to get going. I'm going to do something nobody's ever done. I'm going to create a math equation that's going to value prop firms based on what you're paying. And each additional day, I'm going to create a value spectrum for every parameter so that you can see what the actual best value is based on what I believe the risk is to you. Plug in the parameters, it gives you a score. So I was doing the math and I was like, what's the difference between 35 and 40% if they both take you the next number of days? If you go over this number, then it's an extra day. So the answer is the difference between 35 and 40% is you get $125 more for every $2,500. Now that makes sense. You get a slightly bigger position you can have, or a little bit more leeway on going over the mix. Okay. All right. So I'm going to create a math equation that you guys put the parameters in, and then, you know, that's basically it. All right, let's get ready to get going. What is going on with my screen here? Oh. Hold on one second, guys. Okay. Good deal. All right, thoughts today. Well, we're opening outside DD bands. Let me go ahead and put the... I know my shower thought kind of made me sound stupid for a minute. I promise I'm somewhat decent in math most of the time. Okay, so we're going to do this. Let me put this line here. We are looking at 19,924 on NASDAQ, and we're looking at 5611 on S&P, which is way down here. Music is here. Oh, shit, I forgot to get green juice this morning. Oh, well, whatever. Let me call her real quick. I forgot my juice. All right, so get our maps out. Looking for some good long setups if I can find them. I'm still curious that if the market is in this mode of it still wants to try to figure out the thing with China, right? So the tariffs to China are still on the table. And according to what I've been reading is that Trump's not going to budge on this, right? $145% on some things, so that's not coming off the table. So with Trump not going to bring that off the table, it's going to lead to a stubborn fight between the two of them. And like they've had before, the stubborn fight usually ends with the meeting. They're going to meet in, Geneva or wherever, and then they're going to try to talk it out. Neither one of them is going to budge, and they'll part ways without a deal. And Wall Street's going to hate that idea. And the rumors are going to be flying while they're meeting is like, oh, so-and-so said they're probably not making a deal. I remember last time there were people like talking in the hallway. And the market was like up, down, while the rumors were speculating by people that were like listening through the walls or whatever. Yeah. He's not budging on the tariffs at the UK either, right? Still 10% tariffs. And so Wall Street's still trying to digest that information. The NVIDIA thing was pretty cool. Obviously the market's going to move pretty rapidly on that. We're going to watch that today. I don't think it's going to budge. The market has no bad news going forward unless the tariffs are just going to stick around. We're still kind of already pricing that in, right? So now, according outside on these upper DD bands here, what I normally don't do is I don't short, but I will sit out. The market does look like it's going to sell off. Let me get my... This is the rule I'm going to be following today. Outside the bands, I'll short off green band if this ratio is less than half, but it's likely going to be greater than half. So no shorting here and no shorting above the band either. Small, long trades only. Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. Don't forget to hit the like button, guys. Take Profit Trader giveaway today. Probably right after my Fun and Futures thing. So in about 30 minutes, I got to disappear. I'll still be streaming here. I'll still be streaming here, but I'm going to disappear on the camera. And I'll have to stop the stream for a hot minute and then start it back up. And I don't want you guys to go anywhere. Okay, gap and go. So we're gap on the upside. And... oh my God. Great debate left to like log me out. All right. So positive res is support at half gap. Bull up looks pretty nice and tidy. We are, ooh. Is that a long setup from here? Yes, it is. Okay, let's look at QQQ. That's long right out the door. Well, we are at the upper band, so let's see. All right, nice, long, cool play right here. QQQ is belong up at hedge pressure. SPY is belong up at hedge pressure. Could be a nice little run on this. Let's see. An MHP support there. All right, let's hold off on this for just a hot minute. Normally, this is a long play right here. Everything about this seems all right. Ratio's 93. Market gapped up. We moved on news, and yet I'm still like iffy about taking it. I don't want to short this, but this is a good long setup from here. Hedge pressure, monthly hedge. Let me let it tap monthly hedge instead. It's a big gap up, so let's watch this one for a little bit. Why hold off? I'm going to hold off for MHP instead. Well, because the market moved just on NVIDIA news for the most part, and we're still kind of like, I still feel from yesterday with Trump holding the 145% tariffs on China, that the market does not like that. And today could be a day that it sells off very hard. Negative monthly res is really bad. So this is telling me something. Interacting with monthly res that we might actually get a very big fade today. So I'm not actually going to take a big position off of monthly hedge, but I'm going to take it anyway. So about 10 points lower from where we are here. About 30 points lower from here. So about 2,100 on NASDAQ is the possible one long entry that I can see. Monthly hedge proxy. S&P futures. Similar from here, about 8 points lower. So about 76. Yeah, and so this is a normal long. I'd enter here and enter here one more time. I want to get like a decent stretch for here at least to touch the band one more time. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. 2153. I gotta listen to your numbers, Jay. You know how it goes, baby. All right. Check the monthly maps as well. I don't know. For some reason, I just get an iffy feeling about yesterday and today. The market moved out very rapidly on still like, I'm still like not super, I'm not bearish at all this market. But I think that this today, guys, and honestly, just call it my spidey sense. I feel like today's a day where it's going to sell off. I might get one quick long scalp off of MHP, but that's it. I think because yesterday had an overreaction to neutral Fed news and we had like 2 quick catalysts in the overnight pop up, the market's still teetering on this trade war. And with China not budging on the 145, I think Wall Street's going to probably sell their shit off today. Let you put that Evo on you, Ricky Bobby. I just feel it. Does anybody else feel it too? I don't know if it's just me. The data all looks good though. So let's not trade off a feel, let's trade off of data. But the data looks spectacular today. It feels off. It feels like today's the big sell-off day. And I don't know why, but let me take a quick scalp at MHP and I'm going to ride it up just for like maybe 20 or 30 points. And as soon as I get it, I'm going to close out pretty quick. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. Again, all signs are up, so no shorting, right? Nothing's short. But I do want to interact right here with it. Oh, this is it at MHP. I'm off a little bit. Okay. Let's do SPY right here really quick. MHP res is negative. That's the thing. And S&P has a little bit further to go. So let's let it fall a little bit further. For some reason, I'm not taking the long off of here, off of hedge pressure. I'm going to take the long over here. For some reason, and I guess because it's a BSU, right? BSUs, we usually don't hold off on this, right? I usually take the long here. But for some reason, I want to see the bigger tap. These are both negative. And the resiliences on hedge pressure is now finally positive. The blue one was negative for a hot minute. That's what had me worried. So this blue indicator is the tiebreaker at this blue. And if it's negative, which it's, you know, barely positive, it could fall through. So I'm looking for the stronger pivot, which is the 90% at the bottom. What I anticipate today would be like a scalp to here at minimum. That might fail to do that and then maybe sell. Resilience is strong enough that we'll probably hit half gap and support as well. This is rarer case. This is likely case. But I'm not talking breakout highs. From here to here and cut. Like, I'll make a quick scalp and call it. So let me wait for the bounce here. I don't know. So monthly res is negative, which means my confidence is extremely low off of this bounce. So I'm not going to trade it very hard. I'll just hit it with a contract. Apple breaking below MHP. QQQ has got that MHP bouncer here, which it's trying to do. And for SPY, it's kind of still just sitting on the fence here, right? The SPY open at 565.27, which is basically here. So I'm looking for orange to bounce along off of, but just a tiny one. So that's 88, and that is 25. So that is 12 and a half. So 76. Yep, 76. That's it. Now, one here to long back up. For some reason, just the pre-market action already hitting DD band. Normally, when you hit the upper band, that is where I want to trade to. But we already did it overnight. We even overshot it, came back in. So, like, I'm going to be very hesitant longing this right now. I usually get a little timid when we already tap the band overnight. Good. So, I've avoided some selling. This is good. Very excited to be avoiding the selling today. House resiliences are positive. They're pretty good. QQQ took its clean little bounce right there, but SPY is now up on the docket. So my Spidey sense feeling was doing well to avoid this. I like that. Number 2, do I take an S&P long? Right here at the next tap at 76. Let me let it tap a little bit harder. That monthly res is just negative. If we lose monthly hedge pressure, market collapses a little bit from here. There's that halfway point on the overnight move, which is we call them run length red lines. Let me go ahead and move this out of the way. We're good there. See this run length liquidity pivot out the door. And we'll see if I get something right here, like a tiny little tap right off the monthly hedge. Good, man. My Spidey sense was good. I avoided some drawdown. Dude, Thinkorswim is like a freaking dinosaur now. Whatever reason, it used to work so fast on my computer. Now it's like... Oh my god. No clue. Maybe I just reboot my computer. Okay, get out of here, Thinkorswim. You suck. Okay. 76. Monthly res is negative. It's okay in QQQ. Come on. A little bit lower. One more dip. It just feels a little off, doesn't it? This is dropping very fast with volume. Yeah. I'll take one. This one. I don't feel good at all about this market today. I'm not gonna lie. 10-point scalp is all I'm gonna aim to get. I even don't like this at all. But we'll see. Conditions are deteriorating pretty fast, but they're still bullish enough for a scalp. Here to here is the trade I'm looking for. Maybe 10 points and I'll call it. That's textbook rocket scooter, man. So textbook, you guys. Ooh, rockets in chat. Let's get it. Monthly hedge really strong, but the resilience is negative, and I don't really want to take a lot of risk here. Call me a wuss, I know. SPY's got 3 more points, 87. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to close out because the scaling is weird. SPY is moving actually much faster than S&P futures are. I've closed out. I made $200 today, guys. That's it. Yeah, it's I've got a weird feeling about it. I don't know. Let's double check NVIDIA. Everything's still pointing up from here, but it's not that I'm going to short this. I want to avoid taking abnormal amounts of risk. So this is just for a little 10-point scalp from here, and that's basically up to hedge pressure is what I'm looking for. And keep an eye on NVIDIA and some of the other stocks because we're losing monthly hedge pressure resilience. So we have a lot of stocks kind of in that boat where it can hardly sell off. So be very careful today, guys. Now, I think at the open, I don't think we're going to crash out yet, but I think the market is sort of like questioning itself. Here to here is the move, right back up to this green band, or at least to fill the gap, I think, would be the first stop for some of these. So here to here, yeah, that's about it. If we break MHP, I'm going to short this. Only on MHP break, though. For some reason, I'll usually take every setup that I have that looks good with good stats as like a rule of thumb. But sometimes when I just get like a weird feeling about the long setup that I do want to take, I kind of sit out. If we break MHP, it's time to short, for sure. With negative MHP res. So everything's still decent for a long from here to here. Every single time I like to take the scalp from here to here. Right up back on that. And for some reason today I'm gonna kind of chill on this. Let's some of these data. So blue resilience is getting slightly better, which is good for the hold. Probably from about here, 84 or 81, all the way up to 81.6, which is what 80. Okay, it's fine. So a little bit upward pressure, which is good. I don't think the market's selling off yet, but here to here was the scalp that I was gonna take fully, but I closed out early just because I just had this weird juju about this. I don't know. Don't know why. Don't know why. Negative MHP res is crazy. It's good. So it means this is going to have a harder time holding, and losing MHP is always a big sell-off day. So it's like, do I want to continue scalping for the next, 30, 40 points? The appropriate move is to long back up to there. This is the appropriate move. The idea is, do I want to pick up the pennies or wait to see if it does sell off and then take the sell-off trade? That makes sense, you guys? Yeah, a lot of stocks are doing good today. The market's still bullish. I'm still very bullish. Tariffs off the table. Tariffs are still on the table, so I've been hesitant because the bullish wave requires tariffs to be off the table for the market to be extremely bullish today. Any break of MHP, the market does crash. So I don't think it will crash. So we'll hopefully be very cautious today. This is a crash point if we break MHP. It's literally a crash. The market is okay here. Okay. On futures. 20,100 is okay. Back up to green band. Like I'm saying crash, like big sell-off day. And every bone in my body is telling me, my crystal ball is saying, Matt, this is the setup reminds you of some days you've seen where things open up bullish, and this is the day where things might turn bad. So be cautious today. Technically speaking, as long as you have stop losses in play, you're good. I can long from here to here to pick up an 80 points in NASDAQ. I can long here to pick up a 10 point in SPY. But the opportunity is good in case there's a sell-up. I need confirmation of MHP break. I'm watching resilience deteriorate, which is giving me a little bit of caution. Let's make sure that the stocks, this white line needs to stay above 0 for that the stocks to maintain their momentum of the gap up. So the thing is that stocks are fading. When that white line is coming down, it means stocks are fading their gap, and more are fading their gap. And we can look at the scanner to see which stocks those are. down here and we can say less than half gap, I can click this button, bring it up, and we can see 246 stocks have gapped up and faded their gap. So about half of the stocks in the S&P. So the question is, I want to see resilience stay strong. Anything above 0 is still strong enough. But I don't want to see it deteriorate while we're sitting here. So for whatever reason, maybe it's yesterday, maybe it's the news that Trump, I guess people slept on the news where, you know, Trump says the tariffs are still on the table. 145% means his bargaining. He's basically going to be like fighting with China because that's what they're going to want. He's going to say no, and they're not going to come out with the deal. And I think Wall Street's, you know, going to try to price that in by flushing this market. I was surprised that it didn't flush yesterday, but maybe because of the Fed, we had to have one final pop some bulls into this market. You know what I mean? He's announcing a deal with the UK, but there's still the 10% tariffs on the UK. So, you know, the market regaining its highs kind of requires certainty about the tariffs either going away or at least certainty that the companies are going to do well despite the tariffs. And S&P or NQ map. I think today I'm going to be looking. Where'd my mouse go? If we break through MHP, a short play is in hand on MHP break with negative MHP resilience. And I know this is kind of like risky to do this, but let me try it. Let's take it. Whatever reason it is, it just feels a little off today. All right, so we have QQQ MHP break first and foremost. Down to half gap is the trade. And I know, guys, whatever it is, you are all flipping shit because I'm shorting today, right? That's the first time you ever see me. 9 out of 10 days, I'm long in this market, right? And people are like, what the fuck, man? It just felt off. You know what I mean? Did I get it right today? What's up? Hello. Green juice, but she doesn't have pants on. All right, you guys vote. Y'all want her to come in or no? Everybody vote. IDOC's pantsless. Hold on. Cover your shame. Hey. Where are you? Bye, buddy. Bye, bud. I hate the Sims. She's literally, this girl is so weird. She's literally FaceTiming her mom. Completely naked with a blanket wrapped around her. Like she just crawled out of bed and just woke up. Guys, I'm going to tell you, I don't know what it was. My spidey senses were on point today. No, you see what I'm saying? I don't know. Now, again, it's pretty difficult, but it just felt weird today. For whatever it was. And the indicators, again, let's just take a look at SPY. And that's so rare that of the days that I would always be longing off of orange. But the idea that we gapped up and there's this bad tariff news lingering, it just gave me that icky feeling. Sure, that's her mom. Yeah, I know, right? Who's she talking to? All right, we have an impact red line below. Next step, 20.0031. SPY also has its MHP to bounce off of. So remember, I've just got one contract in it just to kind of have some fun with it. Kind of be really... Now, let's take a look at S&P since Nasdaq's already kind of doing its thing. S&P is now at the spot of okay or crash. Now let's just take a look at this. I don't know, man. I'm not sure. What do y'all think? everything's still pretty decent for a hold. Like I said, just try on one. I should bet to the bull side. I should be. I'm talking in a few. Yeah. Whatever it's worth, we'll just say I take something. Oh, let me see how well I'm doing in this Fund Index account. What is my profit I need to get? 27.19. Oh, I passed it. Okay, cool. So guys, I have passed my, I thought I passed it yesterday, but the consistency, I still had to make like a couple extra bucks with the Fund Index. So now I did their end of the day account. I finally with Fund Index have a, I passed their account, so I can now take it to profit. So that's kind of cool. Live account. Or not, sorry, like funded account. Tomorrow I'll have that live funded account. I'll have that funded account ready to go with Fund Index. I already passed it in the first 3 days. Or today's the 4th day, I guess. I had to put extra 30 bucks on it. Come on, market. So we're watching SPY as the last resort here. Breaking MHP and SPY is not good. I don't know. How'd I do today, guys? My Spidey sense is being on point here. So let me let you guys know, in about 10 minutes, I'm going to have to stop the stream. But don't go anywhere because we'll still be here. I have to just stop the feed for a minute and then switch out some stuff and then turn it back on. I'll be live on the My Funded Futures show. But still stay here and watch the stream because we'll be live here like we are every single day. We'll do our giveaways. I have a little segment I do there every Thursday morning now, so I'll just be chit-chatting with them. You'll hear their feed through here, but we'll still be live after that. Boy, it's like, it's now, again, it would be rare for it to sell off and dump, but it should hold and bounce, but we'll see. Rare that I'll be chasing an MHP short, but if it is right, the market will fall pretty nasty. Monthly res is negative, so the probability of it breaking is much higher. We are breaking and rejecting against it. So, but markets don't like to sell off, and so crash part is rare. And I'm gonna put the word rare on the screen. Rare. Rare is here. Only about, in all conditions, roughly 25% of days, all conditions will break through. And 75% of days should bounce under all conditions. We're not perfectly ideal today. It's so rare that I bet against the market. So hedge pressure resilience just took a bump up. And resiliences are good for the market to at least hold to try to fill the gap. All right, almost get ready to go here. 125K is how much I've made in Tradeify to date. So I started Tradeify a couple months ago. I'm on a journey to 150K with Tradeify. So I've made 125 profit with them so far total. So basically like every single day I put the total to date. Target low would be at least half gap from here. It is trying to hold, so it's not picking up any additional momentum. It might pop, so we're okay. So 25% of days should hold. Or 75% a day should hold. Like I said, the market's going to be, it's a very rare circumstance for it to sell off and crash. Today's the day it won't hold. Man, for some reason it felt like yesterday was the day. Trump working out trade deals is good for the market. Like very, very good for the market. Now remember, I need confirmation to add to a short here. It's going to try to bounce. And like I said, the market doesn't like selling off. But Nasdaq has already broken through MHP to the downside. one more big fat green candle on here. Probably. It's not easy for the market to sell, but QQQ dove pretty quick. There's a QQQ test in just a second. NASDAQ. So this is the short entry on MHP break on NASDAQ right here. This is it. 957, 957. Oh, wait, actually a little bit higher. It's more like right here. Now again, it's a toss up. So certain indicators are bad, certain indicators are good. It's literally on the fence. So it's up to your judgment call, which way you think the market's going today. All right, so everybody don't move a muscle. I need to switch my feeds out. So hang tight. Don't go anywhere. Again, I repeat, don't go anywhere. The stream is going to stop for like 10 seconds. But we'll be right back, okay? Check, check. You guys can hear me? We're good? Okay, we are good. All right, let me do this really quick. Okay, we're good here.
Where it reacts. And I do pay attention to where it goes relative to other levels I have on the chart, but we got like 20 seconds now, so I'm gonna wrap that up. We'll see if Trump comes on time.
Yeah, I mean, it's I know we say 10 a.m., but I think it will take a minute for the news to come out, unless there is some press release, which is possible.
8 seconds.
But I wouldn't expect a press release.
I have this orb set for 15-minute right now. Whoever was asking.
A lot of great suggestions came in, by the way. I asked the chat what videos, what topics you want me to cover on the MFF channel. I took note of all of them. So thank you for your participation.
I do have a big opening range breakout video that I'm working on. There's no way I'm going to get it done this week with my kids' schedule, so it's probably next week. They're killing me with this end of school year stuff, man. I'm serious. The other parents are feeling my pain. I know it.
That's funny.
10 o'clock. Candle just closed. All right, let's check the 4 hour. 4 hour just closed. High volume down candle. We still have it's not normally distributed, but there is a clear bias in the middle of our VP here. Overall, yeah, probably going to mean revert. Like I said, we'll see. We got to see. It's also data time though. So competing priorities there, but not mad about cutting that short, taking profits on that little sweep of that price that I mentioned, right? We came here, we barely interacted with the edge of this auction at this time period here, took those folks out, and we got a little bottom wick as expected. So let's see if we start to, some volume is coming in at this price area. If we stick down here, right, if we fail to sweep this high, 20,126, this bar closes under this, then we might have a little intraday.
It is holding, so I might
be the low, come back higher, and that'll be it. I'm being patient though, just waiting. Got one scalp in and 1-1. Don't want to take too many trades today, honestly. Maybe one more, we'll see.
Well, while we're waiting for something to develop, I saw a good question. I think it's a fun question anyway. What's the luckiest trade you've ever had?
That is a fun question.
The luckiest trade? Ooh.
Yeah.
We've all
I was
stumbled into
in.
Of course, not skill.
So yeah, Chris, the active promo code on the Rocket Scooter
What's
site is already baked into the
that
site.
Viking Peloton.
Yeah.
I had like a
Let me
15K
turn the volume down.
put position on Peloton. That was a swing trade. It's a swing trade, right? literally minutes after I buy these puts, I can't remember what the news was. Some news comes out that they're like going broke and the chart just falls off a cliff. So I get into a swing trade and it instantly like 10x. And I was like, huh.
Nice.
I was like, we take those. So that was cool. It's funny because I was talking about the trade like live. I was like, hey guys, I'm getting to the swing position, blah, 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 blah. And then I just instantly made money. And I was like, all right, I'm out.
That makes you look good too. So then you feel extra good.
I'm out the trade, guys. It worked out. So that's the luckiest I've ever
The one that came to mind for me was when I very first started streaming like a year and a half ago. I was still very overwhelmed by all the tech of just adding the streaming to
Normally it should hold.
And so I was putting on a trade.
Odds are it should hold, and I was taking the bet that QQQ is losing it, so it's always worth taking a bet on the break case, because the break case can be really far of a fall, and then I just have a small position on it in case it does.
And I'm so glad that worked out. I mean, I immediately exited it, but we immediately ticked in the right direction, like kind of quickly too. So
we've all done that. I hate to say I've also traded the wrong ticket.
It's going to be rare to break MHP and sell off, though.
I've had both. Honestly. Like, I've had it go in my favor, and I've had it go against. And what's funny is I always beat. Like,
guys, I'm about to be on the My Funded Futures show.
Guys, don't do dumb stuff. But it's like I'm spread so thin.
I'm double dipping.
I'm like switching tabs and stuff, and then it's
every
like,
Thursday.
Oh, crap,
do as I say, not as I do.
So you're gonna hear other audio.
You know, I have an excuse, right? I'm doing a lot. Barbie's doing a lot. Don't make dumb mistakes. If you do make a dumb mistake, all right, don't make the same one twice. You should not.
Well, if you do make an error, you should get out immediately instead of saying, "Well, I even done that the other day. Like I didn't mean to put it in that account. I had a trade going on in the wrong account, and so the draw."
Yeah, I did. I'm chasing the short on this one.
It's like, well, and I hesitated, and then it made it way worse.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say in risk management in general, last thought, if you're ever in a trade and you feel any emotion at all, just cut it. Just cut it, right or wrong. Just get out.
All right, folks. So far today, we've not only entertained and engaged you, which we are the most fun stream, I would say at least prop firm sponsored stream out there. So don't forget about that. But we also talked about the key levels and how we're handling ES and Q, NVIDIA. We looked at the open. We got
feel emotions every single time, even if it's $1. Oh, that's so funny.
Chair. And we
So
have a
good
very
he fell
special
down.
guest to bring you as well. Again, the idea is really just to do whatever it takes to make you a better trader. It's not only to entertain and engage, but ultimately to make you a better trader. We really pride ourselves.
Looks like the
on
MHP
bringing
break
you
case is
experts
taken
like
off.
Forrest and Barbie, and the very special guest that we're bringing in, who can deliver the education, who can deliver the charts, who can deliver the trades that ultimately drive you to your goals. And so I'm going to ask everyone out there to like the stream, subscribe to the channel, share the stream, and if we get back to 1,000 live viewers, we might have a little giveaway celebration for you all. So without further ado, I would like to welcome a very special guest making his debut on MFTV, Mr. Matt Coward. Let's go ahead and bring him on to the stream with us. How are we doing?
Hey guys, what's up? Good to see y'all again. What's up, Luke, Barbie, Forrest? How's it going?
Well, Forrest is kind of here, I guess.
I saw him walk by. Maybe he can hear me from the other side of the room.
He's got ants in his pants.
Yep. How's it going? How's trading going today?
I haven't gotten anything done yet. I've just watched some swings.
Yeah.
Forrest got in a short, got that booked.
Yeah, Forrest on the same page as me. It's very rare that I wake up feeling to short the market, but we're losing key levels, and so I'm taking a chase on it today, which would be like very, very, very rare for me.
Matt, can you talk us through it? What do you have on, or did you have on, all that sort of thing?
Yeah, so basically, we lost very key levels. So monthly gamma exposure levels in NASDAQ, which is equivalent to 487.5 on QQQ. I'm sharing my screen right now. If somebody wants to pop it up. NASDAQ futures equivalent is about 20,116. Is a key level that's going to accelerate some gamma and delta hedging.
Sorry, Matt, could you say that level again, please?
So 4750 is a key break point for the market to hold on QQQ, and then anything below. And translated to NASDAQ futures is 20,116. So Like the probabilities of us breaking through that per our back test like about 25%. And so it's rare to break through it. But if it does break through with velocity, the market could crash out. Now, the reasoning behind that is likely because, again, I've been the most bullish person since April the 10th. And today I'm finally starting to feel weird about it because yesterday's activity, we had Trump made the announcement like 8 minutes before the FOMC, which, by the way, this guy has no awareness of the market. When he came up with this thing talking about China, like minutes, we're all like hesitating for the FOMC. Then Trump's throwing curveballs at us a couple minutes before, talking about, the 145% tariff for China is still on the table. He's not negotiating with him on that. And I remember that whenever I did the trade war trading last term, they're going to get together and he's going to be stubborn. They're all going to be stubborn and they're going to leave this Geneva thing with no deal. And I think Wall Street's perceiving that today. While they do want to meet and the market bumped and rallied off of that. Look, my trade is, you can stop right on my screen. My short is taken off right now, which is pretty good. But yeah, they're going to get together. They're going to argue it out. They're going to beat their chests online for a couple months and not come up with any deal anytime soon. So I'm still bullish the market in general that they will come up with one, but I don't think they're going to come up with one this week or next week, So Wall Street's digesting that news.
I like your take on it though, because I think we do have the cheat code right now, which is looking back at how things happened last time.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it's like the same script. Yeah.
I wasn't trading then, so it's not like coming naturally. I'm having to go back and look at it, but I have noticed that the more and more, the farther we get into it, the more we're just repeating the same thing.
100%. And with Trump not wanting to negotiate, they're going to basically come out. I remember last time they had their first meeting, we know we're all sitting there waiting for some kind of result. And then while the meeting's happening, you hear some people buzzing about, I don't know if they have their ear to the wall and like listening through and then phoning their friends and saying, hey, they're not making a deal. They're making a deal. Rumors were flying like hour before they came out of the meeting, and the market went up and then it went down and then it went up. I mean, it was crazy. And then they ultimately walked away without resolving anything. And the market didn't actually like that. And I think this time around, it's kind of the same thing in reverse. I mean, the same thing all over again. Two stubborn people get together and not going to come out with a deal. So Wall Street's kind of pricing in the fact that a deal is going to happen very quickly. And I think that my perception of that's not going to come as quick as we think.
Yeah, I would be very surprised if it was resolved anytime quickly.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're hovering at the lows of the session so far, right? RTH, not including overnight or settlement open. I was short earlier, already cut that because we had that little bottom wick behavior. We'll see. I will re-short just because this would be the absolute worst place to short if I'm wrong. If we crack this and start to build a little value lower, then I'll hold it for a run down to 19,854. But flat for now.
Yeah, I just closed out my short scalp. So I took a short scalp across a bunch of my accounts a little bit ago, and I just closed out. So basically, the halfway point between where we gapped up in the equity. So when my style is kind of a little interesting, I think, compared to what a lot of people do. But I watch QQQ while trading Nasdaq futures. I look for clues in all places. Bottom right of my screen, this is what all the stocks are doing. These indicators are following what the stocks in the index are doing. This is the ETF, and then this is the futures. So I got all my levels together. And this is breaking a key hedging level in QQQ, which is causing that downward momentum. And while this orange line is starting to deteriorate, it means more and more stocks are starting to deteriorate. So this is one of those very cautious days that I'm not taking any longs from here. When you break through this line, about 25% of the days it happens, the market tends to overreact to the bad side. So kind of day to sit out.
I think that's what I'm struggling today. I was all ready to hit this today because we were
I know
earlier in the week. And then this Trump thing has just kind of thrown me a curveball.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm saying I have some lower targets today of 20,031 is that next bounce point. I might have closed my short a little early, but losing this key level in Nasdaq is not going to be good. This might actually sell off pretty hard today. The first thing I came to the stream, I was looking at my stream this morning. I was looking at this and I was like, man, I just got this weird feeling about today. And I normally don't trade off of feelings. And like I heard you say this morning, Forrest, because I was lurking you guys' stream before I got on. And you were like, anytime you feel something, get out of the way. And I can't agree with that more. If you feel a certain way, maybe Luke, one of you guys are saying it, but like if you feel something, stand on the sidelines. You don't want to feel anything. If something feels off, you know, your subconscious remembering something from the last time you got your butt whooped, or I don't know, and just listen to it. You know what I mean? Stay on the
Yeah, and
sidelines. Yeah.
it's because, well, it could be a lot of feelings. It could be fear. It could be hope, right? One of the things that people will
Yeah.
say is like, "I hope this works out," and it's like, "Why are you hoping? Like, we're playing poker." You know, you play the hand. There should be some, like, set risk or
Yeah.
some price where your thesis like fails completely,
Mhm.
right? You shouldn't just. That's why you don't hold the trade red forever. It's like you'll take a little drawdown,
Mhm.
but at some point, it's like you're just absolutely wrong. So like, yeah, the emotions in trading. I think confidence is something you should feel. I think you have to be confident and like ready to make money to be a profitable trader. But yeah, if
Mhm.
you're feeling something else, just go flat, take a walk, take a break, come back.
I think a lot of times we feel like we're ready to go do this, and then when we actually start doing it, we realize we weren't, and it might be because we're over leveraged or didn't back test the trade properly. There's some work that still needs to be done.
Oh yeah.
Matt, I wanted to ask you.
Wait, do you
Oh,
mind if I interrupt?
Yeah, go for it, guys.
interrupt. Go ahead.
All right, Matt, I am not a trader. I am merely the lowly host. But I like to bring some fun and some energy. And while you're on this stream, Matt, we hit 10,000 subscribers. We're about 3 weeks
Woo!
into our
Congrats, guys.
stream.
Let's go.
So
Thank
we're
you.
getting there. Coming up in the world. We're
Excellent.
not on Matt Cowart level yet, but we're coming up in the world.
Dang.
So, well, I was gonna say, Matt, I would like to celebrate with some giveaways. What do you think about that?
I love giveaways. What are you giving me? I'm just kidding. Awesome. Yeah, I think
So-
that's a great idea. Give away some accounts to the audience.
How about 50 accounts? Is that too many? Did
Wow.
I lose my mind?
That's incredible.
All
I
right,
don't think you lost your mind. That's appropriate.
it's appropriate. So we're gonna do all of you saying you want 1,000 free accounts. This is why I don't want to do them anymore. I give away $15,000 of free stuff every day, and it's never enough. I guess this may be preparing me to be a parent taking care of this chat, but all right, so we have 50K starter plus accounts. You got it? 50K starter plus accounts. Matt, I am going to put the code on the screen, and could I ask you to read off the code for us?
All right.
All
Put
right.
it on the screen.
50K starter accounts. You must be a subscriber on this YouTube channel to be eligible to win. Code is going on the screen now, and Matt is going to read it for us.
50K starter plus codes. Rocket Scooter 50. All one word. Rocket Scooter 50.
That's it.
Rocket
Beautifully
Scooter
read.
50.
Can we get a W, Matt, in the chat? Beautifully read. First time giving away accounts on this stream. We're celebrating.
Awesome.
I want to see those W mats flowing. There they are.
All
If
right.
you won the account, drop it in the chat. Let us know that you won.
See, I got it. That's always my favorite.
There it goes.
Still holding this price right here. Very sticky.
Can we take? All right, let's. Sorry, that was my little distraction. Back to the charts, Forrest. Let's take a look at your chart and see if Matt has any opinions.
Sure. Yeah. So I'll do my buy pain view here. Let's open up the session volume profile. So not much has changed. So we need to see volume. We had some volume build here. We're holding below the VAL. So anytime we hold out, so long as we have a normal distribution, or like a D-shaped VP, I should say. If we hold above or below the value area low or value area high, that tends to be an early sign of continuation, right? So the longer we hold below VAL, the more likely it is to run lower, because the market's essentially, in a really simple terms, there's a bunch of people up here, and the auction is basically saying, hey, we're taking over right down here, right? So sell aggressors are pushing away from where everybody's participating, right? And then where they're going to go to? Well, they're going to go to the next place of participation. So long story short, not much has changed, other than what's interesting is that we're really just stuck here, right? The last few minutes, we've been talking, giving stuff away. Price has been kind of stuck down here. Slow day overall, though, I will say, right? OPEX, stuff like that. So yeah, just it's a slower day. My volume is gone for some reason. Where did that go? All right, I'll fix that in a second. But yeah, that's really what I'm looking at. I want to see if any volume at all actually comes in here. I'm watching the VP. It's not really shifting, even though we're wedged down here, which just tells me like there's literally no one's participating right now. Just
The volume
low
has
volume.
increased a little bit just on that 10 a.m., but it's still not that impressive.
Yeah.
It's for Trump news anyway. I'm looking at ES, but I got my 2 NASDAQ guys on here. That's fine. Maybe I'll join you one of these days. I'll join
I look at ES. I'm just on NASDAQ duty per Luke, but I watch both every single day. But they're both bottom looking right now.
I did put you on
right?
NASDAQ duty. That's true.
So I literally use ES as my like main analysis tool. But
because the volume's nice on ES, isn't it? Like it's easier to analyze.
It's just cleaner. Less volatile, I guess is probably the word. But
that's
yeah,
when I started using volume tools is when I started appreciating ES. A little bit.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. So not much to do here, honestly, other than see how we interact at this edge of the auction. Yeah. You know, Matt mentioned that there's also, you know, his key levels here. There's a lot of stuff going on here. Prior day high, right? Edge of the auction. I'm not watching if Trump is talking. I don't know if any of you guys are watching like a live feed. I don't know if he's up or not, but
I wait for the sound bites because they're the best anyway.
Yeah, they are. Let me take a look and see if he's talking yet.
The funny clip from the other day, you don't even have to have sound when the Canadian Prime Minister is there and he says something about Canada not being for sale, and Trump's over there like, like, but well,
how much money until it is for sale? No. Yeah, we're just on the daily. We're just wedged in this. We're in this shelf. We're also building this shelf on the daily as we chop here. I think it's important here in terms of like shorts and bias as well. Like we're also just in a range. Like
that's why I wanted to break higher too. Like I personally liked my bullish plan better than losing that level, because now we're kind of back inside of all that price action that I was talking about that lends itself to chop.
Yeah.
So even if we get like a walk down through here, it's going to be slower than a breakout of the highs would have been. But that's, you know, market's got a market.
Yeah. It doesn't look like Trump's talking yet, or if he is, nothing of note is out yet because none of the financial newswires have anything out.
Oh, I just saw something on my news feed. Trade announcement has been reportedly pushed back to for 30 minutes. So he's on in 10 now.
Oh, wow.
So Ash has to deal with them. We're going to pass the Trump problem to Ash.
He'll have some fun with it.
Yeah.
Matt, I'd like to ask something that the question that we see in the chat often. Just talk us through how you get prepared in the morning. What is your process? What does your routine look like?
Yeah, so I have basically a very strict pre-market routine. I'm always up and about. You know, I have my own stream, so I usually start an hour before market opens, and I kind of go through what I do every single day. First thing I always do is get up and read the news. I have this really cool news aggregator that I use. Have you guys ever used Financial Juice?
Mm-hmm.
I've heard of it. Yeah.
Yeah, Financial Juice is like you plan all your news feeds into one spot, and you can basically see it all like a kind of a Twitter style feed. And I load that up every day. I read the headlines. I'm just like, you know, what did Wall Street Journal say? What did Reuters say? And then I look at everything, and then I basically get a feel for what happened overnight. I check key levels and markets around the globe. I look at Asia, and I look at Europe, make sure everything's looking kind of like, did they crash? Did they rally? Then in the morning, I always make sure I get the economic calendar out and make sure I know what the news is. And I understand that I don't usually trade around news or trade around events. I avoid those as much as I can and try to trade before or after them. And then I'll analyze, and that's all pre-market. And then what I also do is I get my platform and I have some indicators that I can look for to see if the market's still kind of like within stable ranges. On my particular chart, you see this green line right here. And so the green lines form these bands where futures kind of become stable or unstable in the overnight. And as long as we're inside the green bands, market's pretty okay. And where I wrote on my screen, market's okay here, it's a tradable range. Outside of the bands, I trade a little bit differently. And then I always kind of share these little cheat sheets that I've made. Let me see if I can pop this one up and show you guys what I'm looking for. And I have these little guides that I made that I just follow what I do off of this. So inside of the
Switch over
bands,
to,
I like.
There we go. Sorry,
Oh,
we still
sorry,
had my,
sorry.
my screen up there.
Sorry. I'll show you guys pop my screen on there.
We see it now. We're
Oh,
caught
okay.
up. We see your screen.
So I have this sort of on futures. I have these green bands. So like the platform that I use will populate with these bands. It has to do with futures ranges. It's a technique based on margin requirements. And so outside of the range, the futures is stretched a little too far for comfort. And inside the range, it's a little more tradable. And then I get out my cheat sheets that go with all of my futures, and I basically follow my trade plans off of this. So inside of these two green bands, market's stable. Outside of it, I do different things. So I just review sort of my setups, and then I say, okay, this is what I have available to me. And then I wait for the market to open. And when the market opens, I get my key gamma exposure levels printed out, and then I look at everything. And I make decisions basically off of that. But pre-market, I'm always prepped with understanding what's going on. I can sort of forecast what I think the day is going to be like based on how the week has been and other things. And then I just essentially wait for the data to come out. Then I take my trade off of it. And usually if we've moved too far, too fast overnight, a lot of times I'll just kind of sit out if the day looks weird. So out the door, right, we open, I didn't do anything until we broke this key level on my screen, and then I started shorting it. And that's basically it. It's a pretty simple process, but I'm basically just looking for volume and then trying to follow the volume as much as I can.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Matt, we're starting to roll up on the end of our time together, unfortunately. I would like to ask you not only how can users stay in touch, but also for some final words of wisdom into this Thursday that we have ahead.
Let's see. Words of wisdom. I would say that, when it comes to the trade war stuff, it's a repeat of what we've had before. This is something we've seen. You have to think when you're trading, what is the motivation of the people? When you're trying to win at trading, right? Most people think they have to predict the stock market, but instead of thinking that way, because the stock market is very random and unpredictable, really what you want to do is predict what people's motivations are. Why are people going to do what they're going to do? Because that's really what moves things around. If you have to think about what's going on with this trade war, is, Trump is trying to build American greatness and the economy up, and the last thing he wants to happen is a market crash. So in the back of my head, I always am thinking about this, despite the good news, the bad news, whatever, is that Trump is a minute away from just rallying the market as high as he wants it to go with whatever he wants to say to make it happen. If the market starts crashing on his own watch while pushing so hard the trade war, just like last time, he's going to back off so the market doesn't crash, because he's the kind of president that doesn't want people to say anything bad about him about that. And so, his motivation is to not have that happen. He'll push as hard as he can until that looks like it's going to happen. The market's going to rescue itself. So when you think in the back of your head, the motivations of the people behind this trade war are that nobody wants it to crash or sell off. So it's basically a stalemate. So it tells you that the market is probably not going to collapse or not going to plunge into a recession, because it's just one person that can push a button to make it happen. And they don't want it to happen. So I'm still not sitting there trying to think the market's going to zero or we're going to fall, or we'll be like, all losing our jobs and pandemonium is going to happen. Try to think about the motivations. And as a trader, try to always think beyond the news just a little bit, one more layer behind, and why are people doing what they're doing? It's always a good clue. And it helps you kind of get ahead of the market just a little bit.
Awesome. Beautiful. Matt, we thank you for joining us today. I saw some comments saying you are the best guest that we've had so far.
Let's go.
No shame on our other guests.
Wow. Thank you. I really
Shame.
appreciate that.
I'm kidding, not shame. Shout out to all the guests, especially Matt, though.
Especially Matt, though.
I think we got some really good perspective on trading the Trump era, which is great.
It was amazing. Yes. We got the levels, we got the perspective, we got the setup for the day. Forrest, Barbie, I want to send it to you for some final thoughts. But stay tuned, folks, because our next hour begins in just 3 minutes. Forrest Barbie.
Yeah, I'll jump in here. So first things first. Rest in peace, Uncle Phil. I'm kidding. We have
I got that. That was good.
bimodal distribution forming here on NQ, right? Bimodal, this means two modes, right? So versus kind of this normal distribution on ES. So we have a divergence in the auction. As I've said, I'll continue to beat this horse. Okay, we want the indices to be in sync, or we want to trade around the expectation that they will be in sync, right? So whether they're in sync or not is kind of irrelevant. We know that they will eventually converge. And so typically when you have a bimodal distribution, by the way, if it's on both tickers, you'll tend to aggregate or consolidate on one side, and then you'll get a fast move to the other distribution. Okay. D-shaped volume profile, you just expect it to traverse the range. Okay. You just expect value area low to value area high. It's kind of a normal D-shaped day, D-day distribution. So right now, because we're still waiting on Trump, again, nothing has really changed. Just kind of wanted to note that there is a divergence in the actual auction where people are participating. Me not doing anything still. So, yeah.
All right, Barb.
I'm just I'm really watching this 5680 level. I'm going to keep watching that one so my chat will get tired of me talking about it. But that's the one that seems to be kind of holding the price for now. So I'm watching to see if we reclaim that. And it does end up being our launch pad today. I also wanted to mention go watch Ash after this. And if you want more, you can hop onto my channel at 11:30 Central, 12:30 Eastern for an options spreads class. If y'all have ever wanted to know about spread trading with iron condors and butterflies and verticals and all that stuff, I'm going to cover that live. So if you have questions, you can ask them. I'll drop that link in the chat.
Let's go.
Awesome. Alrighty, Matt. Forrest, Barbie, I appreciate you being here with us on this Trading Thursday, Trump Thursday, News Thursday, Fun Thursday. And I would like to welcome our chat to our very next segment with Ash Trades. How's that?
Sounds good.
All right.
I'm not Ash, though.
Sometimes, I think you could be. All right, folks. As I mentioned, we are rolling into our next hour of content. The unicorn man himself, Ash Ketchum, Ash Trades.
All right, guys, I'm back. Give me 1 second. Hang tight. All right, hold on. I'm going to switch this to get my camera back on. So hang tight for like 10 more seconds, guys. All right, guys. All right, here we go. Here we go. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. Sorry it takes so long. I need, again, like I said, I'm going to get a second camera. This is the only way I'm going to have to be able to do this. Reclaim QQQMHP. Yeah, probably. We're going to watch this today in just a second. All right, you guys. So we'll do our giveaway in just a little bit. 30 minutes. Man, it's switching this, because, your camera source can only go to one place. I can use a virtual camera, but the problem is a virtual camera will capture just my screen. So if I do virtual camera from OBS, then you guys will only get to see my face. And that's kind of the crummy part. You don't get to see my screen anymore. So I can't do the virtual camera thing. So what I need to do is just get a second camera. I'm never leaving you guys again. Never, ever, ever, ever. We're back. All right, sum up whatever I did. I took a couple short scalps to redline, and that's basically the trade I made. I don't remember. My shorts are always short-lived. I'm in and out. That's it. Yeah, I love the folks over My Funded Futures. You know, I've always been cool with those guys. I know Matt, him and I hang out every once in a while when I head out to Dallas. Hold up. Good peeps. I'm glad to support their show, you know. Congrats on 10K subs. I know you guys don't like me leaving y'all. But the best part about it is, you know, the more we're out there, the more people get to see what it is we do. Well, we've always been like Wall Street's quiet little secret over in the corner. You know what I mean? Where they're like, people are just like, how have I never come across you guys before? I was like, I don't know. I really wasn't good at marketing. I wasn't really like putting myself out there, meeting people. I was just like this like quiet trading elitist off to the side doing my own thing. Did I get you guys some goodies? All right, so I didn't know this, but this is the second time they do it. They gave away 50 accounts last time and 50 accounts this time. So apparently they get snatched up pretty darn quick. And when I typed that code in, I didn't think it worked anymore. But if we can speculate, the code was Rocket Scooter 50. So next time I'm on the stream, pre-type in the word Rocket Scooter into the coupon code, and then quickly type in whatever the numbers are and hit enter so that you guys can win some of it too. You know what I mean? Let's try to get slightly ahead. Let's try to think ahead a little bit. Because once I told you guys the code, it's gone. They had like 1,500 or something viewers in that stream. And they gobbled them all up. But that's okay. I love the guys over there. Good show. It's always entertaining. You know, the morning shows around the world and trading are always kind of like hit or miss with me. But it's like they've got great personalities. It's kind of nice. I know you guys were just like kind of like used to my style, so you guys cringe when y'all hear anyone else. That's a natural reaction because y'all love me so much. But they're actually really cool. You know, I like Forrest. You know, he seems to be like the second day in a row that we've been on the same page with the market. He likes the same kind of volume, you know, prediction stuff. So I like people that are looking at volume for sure. That's like my cup of tea. That's the new paradigm for trading. All right, so today, what is this? What did I make? 26, 32, 3,500 bucks maybe, give or take. It's rare for markets to crash, right? So we know that's very rare. And MHP usually wants to hold, right? So it's always short-lived. And my shorts did very well from here to here, and then I closed out. Just be careful if we lose it one more time. S&P is in a second MHP. Now, as we were breaking the first time, the numbers were less than zero, probably like minus 33, or sorry, minus 40. Every time you hit the pivot, your eyes want to track down to the bottom MHP res number. So what this does, when I hit here, here, and here, I look down and I see that the orange line is getting slightly better as the hours go by, which means more and more stocks are flipping polarity to that side. So it's becoming less weak. I still am hesitant to take any longs. While the long scalps did play out for you guys today. Those of you trading, did you guys long or short between the two hedge pressures and did y'all bank off of that? It's pretty straightforward, right? I mean, it wasn't too hard. You had basically hedge pressure sandwich all day long. You could long and short that maybe 6 different times, right? Did y'all crush it? Wasn't too hard today, right? So who cares what the market does from here? You had maybe like, you know, boom, 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 scalp all day long. And then there to there was a scalp. This is the scalp I took across the board. So that's what I made my money in. You long, took L initially, but long from half gap. Oh, yeah, nice. Very, very smart. Half gap long was good because resilience is still positive. So summing up all the pressures we have today, the market has pressure from here to here. The market has pressure from here to here. And everything looks somewhat decent with the exception of NASDAQ is starting to lose resilience one more time. So NASDAQ is losing its half gap. That's where the selling pressure is coming from. Tech is taking a beating today, as you can see from the numbers. Let's pop this up. I think old Donnie's supposed to be talking today, right? Sometime. I thought it was going to be on for an hour. It's 30 minutes. That's good. I like being on there for 30 minutes. come back to you guys and chit chat. What is this? Oh, I'll turn that off. I'll need that. So my stop loss is normally 10 points on the S&P and 40 points on NASDAQ. Unless the last 1 minute candle on the last hour is greater than both of those, then I adjust it to make it slightly bigger. So minimum 10 and 40. If the candles in the 1 minute of NASDAQ are like 80 points in extended volatility, then 80 points is my stop with half my position size. Double the stop, half the position. Basically how I do it. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the stream. We got to do our giveaway in like 20 minutes. I know. I should have brought Pickle on the stream. Next time they bring me out as a special guest, I'm going to say, and guys, I have a special guest. That'd be hilarious. They're going to be like, wait, what? And I'll bring Pickle in wearing like a My Funded Futures TV t-shirt or something. Trump don't wreck your trade. I know. Well, okay. So the rest of the day today, what's today? Thursday, right? We had the employment numbers come out. Jobless claims came out at par. Anything under 2 million on continuing jobless claims is normal. And anything under or around 250 on the initial jobless claims week after week is also pretty normal. So nothing crazy there. Non-farm productivity was slightly lower and labor costs slightly higher. Now again, Jay Powell was saying that the inflation yesterday, if you guys remember a talking point, he said the inflation is not necessarily based on employment costs anymore. And that was a reference to COVID. So during COVID, right, when everybody got laid off for a minute, and then a month later, they're like, just kidding, come back to work. And people are like, no, there's a pandemic. I don't want to die. And they're like, well, we need you. So we'll pay you more salary. Well, you're going to pay me double if I'm going to risk my life. Okay, well, we'll pay you double, whatever. Just get over here. We need you to work. And right. And so companies were doing that and everybody got these ridiculously crazy salaries. And then there were shortages across the board. You know, you had all these transportation issues and shipping issues and manufacturing issues, and they had shortages. So prices went up because of the cost of goods and services on the front end went way up. And so that was the big, leading cause of inflation. They call it cost push inflation initially. And what he said yesterday was that's no longer really a factor. The inflation we're experiencing now, while things are certainly under control, whatever the high twos or whatever, it's mostly going to be due to tariffs. And if you look at the Michigan numbers we talked about, those Michigan numbers come out. The 1 year inflation expectation is ridiculous. I mean, we've been coming down. Remember, look at COVID, right? The Michigan numbers, which are anticipating what inflation levels will be, 5% after COVID, which was expected. Things were extremely expensive. And now with the tariffs, look, they're anticipating being even higher, 6.5%, including all of Trump's tariffs. So inflation is here to stay. And that's why we knew that Powell's not going to cut rates. And what I was saying yesterday is that I wanted to hear a hint that he's going to cut rates at all this year. And traders are still pricing in 3 rate cuts, which I think is ridiculous. Not with inflation numbers like this. As a matter of fact, I'm believing 0 rate cuts. Makes no sense. And maybe at the end of the year, 1. But they're getting 3 from the dot plot, where the dot plot shows half the participants are saying we need to lower 50 basis points this year. The other half are saying we need to lower 100. So 3 rate cuts is the average of 50 and 100, which is 75. So 3 25% cuts is what Wall Street is pricing in. Hold up, let me refresh my platform. Give me 1 second. I don't think that's, and I think that's before the tariffs, because we knew that he's going to have tariffs when those dot plots came out, like in December, right? When they finally showed that split of their anticipation of what they're going to be doing all year. But we didn't have no 145% tariff in China either at that point. So, traders are still making a very big mistake. Dude, what's going on my computer here? Let me close some things out really quick. Hold up. Let me close some things down. Okay. What's going on here? Hold up. my encoder is frozen. It's not letting me switch the scene. You guys have to start the Rocket Scooter logo for just a couple more seconds here. Something is like freezing up like crazy right now. Let me see what's using all my memory is like at 100%. What is using up all my RAM? Let me close some stuff down. What the heck? All right, hang tight, guys. What is going on here? Hang tight. What is going on here? It's only letting me switch my scene. It's like stuck. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna exit and come back. What's up, guys? Yeah, so what happened? Excel like locked up and froze, and everything else on my computer froze. No clue what's going on there. Who knows, guys? A second MHP break with negative res on. Worsening resilience conditions. I don't like that. Let me take another short. MHP rate number 2 on SPY. Try it again. I'm not considering this over trading, but this is very bad to lose MHP. And of course, conditions are deteriorating one more time. So I know it's kind of a risky play to try to trade one more time, but we are at half gap with negative res, and it's getting even worse on QQQ. Resilience is now plunging, and S&P is now getting much worse as well. Not looking good, guys. I would be surprised to see a bounce. If I get squeezed, I get squeezed, but it's looking pretty bad. So it's not looking good at all. All right, guys, what's up? Now, what's my next move? Any thoughts? I'm taking a second short here on deteriorating resilience conditions on NASDAQ futures, pulling back. We are at half gap with negative res on NASDAQ. We're likely to fill the gap all the way to the downside, so I'm taking another short. This is roughly about 100 point move from here. So down the 1900 and some change. If I get it, let's see, 0.3. So basically 1.7 times 4. Just 68 points from here. So right about 70, give or take, right to there. Rare that I do this kind of trade, but the worsening conditions across the board, everything is starting to flip negative, that we fill the gap to the downside on QQQ. Again, this is a rarer case. The market does not want to sell off, but it just feels like it's creeping down. So I'm going to take that risk. That half gap is resistance on negative res, and the S&P is on the edge. When they're tied, I usually err to the S&P that the S&P is going to try to hold the market. But S&P has also been deteriorating a little bit. Trump's going to be talking as well. I'm afraid this might pop and drop me, but we'll see. I'm grabbing it in 3 of my accounts. I'm fairly confident in it. So, but again, Trump can say anything and just kind of like ruin my day. So we'll see. We'll see. Just one contract. That way I'm playing with just house money today. Somebody said if you use my code, by the way, guys, don't forget, we have Rocket Scooter code across the board. Gives you the best deals in all the prop firms. We take that affiliate money we make and we turn it into buying accounts to give away to you guys. We do daily giveaways. We're going to do 100 accounts this month on the stream. You know, give away 2 to 5 every day if we can. So, you know, check that out. We're working with Funded Next now. They have the best end of the day program in the business with uncapped payouts. Milk it while you can. An uncapped payouts at the end of the day is by far the gold standard of prop firm accounts. Uncapped payouts with Funded Next. And the code is ROCKET for those guys. So everyone's at least checking them out. I just passed my first eval with Funded Next. So I'll see how that goes. And I'll let you guys know how the payout stuff works with those guys. And as I experience it live with y'all. All right. Half gap bounce one more time. This squeezes me pretty good. But I think like where we are, those deteriorating conditions, I'm not going to fall for it. And if I'm wrong, which is okay. But the market's holding because Trump's about to start talking, so. S&P below MHP, NASDAQ below MHP, all your resiliences are negative. I'm going to trust that. Okay. If I get one more squeeze, I'm just going to cry. S&P is the only one that's looking okay. So what I'm looking for today, looking at is this white line. And now we took an uptick in NASDAQ, which is good. But it's still getting worse as it's bouncing. It's very rare that I'm betting on a market crash. That's the rarest of the rare for me. Just keep an eyeball on these NASDAQ resilience levels here. Super ultra rare. Come on, baby. Give us some love today. Give us some love today. Come on, baby. I held for a little bit of drawdown, but it's moving quick. Trust the resiliences, baby. Trust it. Gotta trust it. Resilience don't lie. They say around here resilience is never wrong. Sometimes it's just showing a rational market or whatever. Resilience is never wrong, though. Oh, shit. Let's go. Okay. Okay. All right. Oh. I'll take my other 40 points one more time. I'll take my 80 points. Actually, that's 40. Okay. Whatever. I'll take my 40. Take my 40. Close, 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 close. And... Scene. Hold up. Yeah, I trust the resiliences, baby. Oh, my God. Oh. My heart is happy. Well, I'm closed. 7,600 bucks again. Jesus Christ. Hallelujah. That was pretty nice. No, again, I get my 40 points on it. I don't short for big sell-offs. I always scalp for my one strike distance if I can get it, or 1.5 if I can get it, if better. Again, I was trading for a 40-point dip. That's all I wanted to get, and I took it. Again, MHP resist, MHP resist. I've taken the same scalp twice. Remember, when I short, it's different than when I long. When I long, I go to pivot. When I short, I get my quick in and out, and I'm done. Give this to Victor, Matt, the original Wall Street gangsta. All right, Victor, let's go. All right. Not looking so hot today, right? We might fill up that entire news gap all the way down at the bottom. Boy, breaking MHP. So all day today, we had MHP break on QQQ. This was literally a clue today. My spidey senses were on point saying I thought the market was going to crash, right? We started losing MHP and I said it's going to sell off really hard. There were some long scalps in the middle, but the short play ended up playing out, right? Good deal, good deal. Now I'm up, geez, almost 100. I'm 130,000 on my Tradeify, maybe a little bit more. That's incredible. Congrats. Oh, 50K. 10K. So right here, how they do, guys? Pretty good. Now, again, markets don't like to sell off, especially with Trump talking. Just be very careful. But short scalps are always great. In and out, in and out, in and out. It's very rare. Like I said, 1 out of 10 days, you guys are going to see me wake up putting in a short button. So was that 53, 67, 30, 78, 80, 86, 80. So that's good. Yeah. How many people here on the stream have found us through the My Funded Futures stream? And you guys are here because y'all saw me over there. It might be your first week or your first whatever, hanging out with our crew over here. What a trade, Matt. I was there with you, Philippe. Nice trade, brother. You just joined the stream, Jay, and you went short. Grats you guys. Major day, now just watching, chilling. Yeah, no, literally. When it comes to shorts, the best part about shorting the market is you're in and out quick. I either get my 40 points on Nasdaq and I'm done. I let it, like, when it quickly goes, I'm in and out. That's it. I don't have any desire to chase or follow a market crash. I can grab some really quick scalps. Shorting is great because you make your trade within like 5 minutes or less, right? That's you guys. Oh, yeah, see, y'all found us through the Funded Futures. Cool, man. Love that show, and I'm glad they bring me on there. And the commentary was pretty cool. People were like, "Matt's the best guest we ever had," and stuff. It makes me happy. I don't know why. I feel like I'm an acquired taste, but hey, I'm just kidding. But thank you. Welcome to the stream, guys. We do a giveaway every single day, so preempting up to that, it is now 2 minutes till giveaway. All right, today we're going to be giving away. So every day on our stream, we do giveaways every single day. We do a lot of funded accounts. We give away a lot in My Funded Futures accounts. Give away a lot of stuff. So today, in celebration, maybe we can do My Funded. I know I said TPT, but I'll let you guys vote. Do y'all want to do TPT today? 250K. Actually, hold on. TPT or My Funded Futures today? I'll let you guys decide. All right, I'm going to count the next 10 people that type in chat. TPT. Okay. All right. Okay, pause. Man, y'all are polarized. Okay, we'll do My Funded Futures today and TPT tomorrow. How about that? No, wait, ETF tomorrow. Okay. Shoot. Let's do My Funded Futures today. The only reason I say that is because we're on the show today. So the tiebreaker, you guys are like split on the fence. How do you decide between Coke and Pepsi? They're both great, right? Okay, so let's do this. Let's do both. Next month, we're getting big. I'm going to ask for more accounts from some of these folks. Maybe we can do both next month. Okay, so here's what we're going to do, guys. Start a poll. In celebration of My Funded Futures. 10K. We helped them get there. Everyone type the following. Make sure y'all hit that like button too. Okay, we'll do that. MFFU. Okay, don't type it yet though. Hold up. I gotta set the bot up. And today, we're gonna take Pickle to the beach probably. And I feel so bad because yesterday I was calling Futures Desk Funded Desk all day. And I felt so embarrassed because I just started chatting with those guys this week. They're awesome. They have their own place where you can design your own eval, which is kind of cool. And I'm like confusing all the names because I'm getting old. I've had COVID 3 times. So my brain's turned to mush. You know, I'm still a gifted math genius, but I did smoke a lot of weed in high school. So, you know, I'm getting to the phase that my brain is starting to liquefy and like ooze out of my ears. Right. So I'm like confusing my words. I'm trying to sound like Biden, stumbling over what I'm saying. So I'm like, my funded futures funded next futures desk. And now I got them all right. And I was calling them funded desk yesterday. And everybody was like, oof. And they were in my stream. They were like, man, that's not the name. And I was like, shit. So it's futures desk. And these guys have an awesome looking program where you design your own eval. That was pretty cool sounding to me. So you push a bunch of sliders. Like, what do you want your drawdown to be? What do you want your contracts to be? And then you basically just customize. It's kind of like which. You ever had that sandwich place where you get the little piece of paper and you do the check boxes, what you want on your sandwich, and just make it to order? It's like the which or Chipotle of the Subway, if you may, of eval accounts. Kind of nice. Made to order. Kind of nice. All right. I'm not going to say Arby's, though. I love which. They're amazing. All right. All right, let's do this. Okay, this is going to be for, as a matter of fact, let me give away 3. Not 2, but we'll do 3. And I know they gave away 50 today, and you guys probably missed it because they gave away way too fast. But we'll do 3. Let me type it in here. 50K starters. If you win, you need to take a screenshot of your YouTube from your perspective, like log in your account, top left of your screen. Just let me know that's you. Send me a message in our Discord, link in the description below. Make sure you join that. And then send me your email and I'll get you the accounts tonight. Okay. Are you guys ready? Are you ready for this? Are you ready? Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Just kidding. That took me back to junior high. Everything rocket scooter. Hype. Support the bullseye. Your name is drawn. I'm gonna have this machine that like prints money next time. I'm gonna go to the dollar store and get one or something. Your name is drawn. You have a minute to type something in chat. Every day at 11 giveaways every single day. We give away hundreds of accounts on the stream. And bigger every month. Alta 2. In the world, rocket scooter up. You guys don't know, I used to be a singer in a metal band, by the way, when I was in college. Sometimes I'll scare IDOC in the car by screaming at her. She's like, oh, that's so funny. She's like, stop doing that. Woo! Simon, hey, Yarrow. Good job. Congrats. You have a minute to type something, Simon. Good job. Simon. 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 People enter and then they. Simon's at Arby's getting a sandwich. Simon, get off the phone with the business loan people. Don't take it. No business loans today. I can't roll my R's, so I have to kind of like, well, bye, Simon. Rocket scooter, rocket scooter, rocket scooter. Clovington, burr. Clovington, say hi in chat.
Rocket Scooter's the best. And the market's turning. Think I'll buy some support. Man in the hedge pressure. Think I'll llama scoot up north.
Type something in chat. Is this every bizarre world? Do people like let me enter the contest and just walk away? I'm perplexed. Clovington is back. Here we go. Clovington understood the assignment. Congrats. There he is. Welcome. Okay, guys, stop spamming the chat. There we go. Clovington. He's here. Good job. Got you. He understood the assignment. Cool. Simon here as well. I didn't see Simon say anything. Didn't type in chat. Okay, yeah. Clovington, congrats. All right. You understood the assignment. Okay. Wait, it's quiet in here. Hold on, we get the other song. Mornings. The Juice WRLD, baby.
From the bottom, now we analyzing trends. Wrist tight, stop, lost, never break, never bend. Candles talking to me, I don't need new friends. Rocket
$4 grand.
running plays, we ain't here to
All right. Good job.
numbers don't lie, but emotions do. Fear and greed, man, they cloud your view.
Congrats. The market's bouncing in, but you still have deteriorating conditions, like the market's handing us possibly one more short. Congrats, guys. Okay, so the three of you guys that won, here's the rolls. You have an hour to comply. Go to your YouTube account. Yeah, congrats, program. Go to your YouTube account, top left of the screen, take a little screenshot of your name so I can see that it's you, like program or whatever. Then go to Discord. Our link is in the description below. Send me a message, Matt. You'll see my name at the top right. And then say, yo, it's me from chat. Here's a picture. And then give me your email address. Some of you yesterday didn't give me your email address. You must type in your email address. You must make your account with My Funded Futures. You don't have an account, you won't get the thing. So make an account with those guys. Give me your email address. Show me the photo. And you'll have your accounts by tomorrow morning. Trump is talking. Let's take a look. Bring up your financial juice, everybody. Get Trump stuff right in front of us. See what Trump's trying to talk about. Are you going to do something with the market today? Is there a link? Long exit target. Today's scalp city. Any longs are going to go against next pivot because all your resiliences are now negative. Look on my screen. All of your stock-based indicators are negative today. So the momentum is negative to the downside, even though we're not crashing. Any upside movement is to next pivot only because all of these pivots are expected to resist. Like here, this half gap is resistance from here. Even this is a short setup, possibly from here. So any long pivots I take are going to be short-lived. Any short pivots are going to be short-lived as well. I'm just trading the chop all day. Is MFFU over? The giveaway's over, yeah. You're so sick of the gaslighting? What is he saying? Hold on. From the UK trade deal, the US will raise $6 billion external revenue from 10% tariffs and $5 billion in new export opportunities. That's not how tariffs work. Congrats, guys. Lifetimes you never win. Aww. You know, it would be kind of cool if one of these days we get big enough. Like I said, when we get up to like 1,000 viewers, I'm gonna start doing all this extra cool stuff. The more viewers and the more you guys use the Rocket Scooter code out there, you know, the more we can negotiate with these prop firms to give us more. I'm hitting them up every single month and being like, look at the numbers now. Let's take a few more. And they're like, oh yeah, sure. We'll give you a few more. So hopefully we can get that growth, keep going, keep using that code. I like that song a whole lot. I wish I had a whole playlist of that song. Is there another short setup? I'd be over trading if I continue to try to touch this. The volatility is starting to pick up a little bit as well as the market is picking up bigger and bigger V-shaped moves. So taking a look at this, I don't normally like to chase a short. I like to short off of something for a specific reason. The pivots are as follows. From here to here, when this white resilience line is less than 0, I'm going to put it color coded so you guys can see it. Res less than 0 is always, we're going to fill the gap mentality. So these orange and blue and white lines on my screen are tiebreakers at the actual NASDAQ and S&P's levels. So here is resistance to here because this line is less than 0, the orange one at the bottom. And then this one, like the universe is like, here's another short, you guys. Like that's what it's doing. And then here to here. How's this account doing? Let me just, is that, oh, that's not the one I wanted to short in. Oh, well, whatever. Trying one more time. Resilience conditions are deteriorating even further as we are touching half gap one more time. So we've touched half gap earlier and I shorted with it being at 7 and -14. We're touching it again. It's at -30 and -4. So the conditions have deteriorated even further from here, making a second scalp short opportunity pretty viable trade. So we'll see if I can get anything out of this. Again, I very rarely am scalping short inside of these moves, but it's just not, the stocks are getting slightly worse. So we're going to keep our eyes on the resilience numbers right here. And then this is a final move to fill the gap. So I might take a little heat on this, but we'll see. So QQQ's got a gap to fill down here at about 483.2, 483.3. Man, if this works up like a 4th time, I'm just gonna be so happy. This was all textbook today. As resilience is monitoring stock conditions, they're deteriorating. It's probably just a good setup to keep going at it. Yeah, so top right of my screen, you can see my position right over here to the right. I'm not, again, I'm probably over trading this, but again, I'm still gonna follow, you know, my gut on this one. And again, this can go all the way up to there as well. There's just still that resistance pressure, so we'll see. Let's see if I can get something out of this one. Trump is talking, so I wonder if he's going to say anything. That's the one thing that's kind of has me hesitating, want to do anything big either. We got a hedge break on some stocks here and a little bit of momentum, but the resilience numbers are still just absolutely booty today. So what I'm doing is I'm gonna stagger my accounts. I'm gonna do it in one here, and I'm gonna tap it one more time there with another account. I'm not taking all my risk right here. I'm just gonna put it in one account here, and then as it continues to go higher, I'm gonna add another account, one contract each. This is the first one I did, so this first one will take the most amount of heat. Yeah, this market is just trying its hardest to find a bid, though. All right. Data bleed day, man, I swear. So some weekly resilience just took a leg up. That's still not good enough. This is the bigger move, guys. So this is the final icing on the cake that I'm taking for the gap fill. As this is picking up volatility here, this move is to fill the gap. So I trade each account. Yeah, Lance, the trick is never copy trade. I'm going to tell you guys the secret to beating prop firms. Never copy trade. Use your accounts to DCA. So trade them at different places. It's the simplest way to save money in the long haul. I'm on a journey to just go get funded everywhere and show you guys the quickest way to do it. Like I'm shorting here, I'll short another one there, I'll short another one there at 3 different accounts. So if the market busts against me on a random Trump tweet, I might actually lose one account, but the other 2 might be saved. If you put all your eggs in the same basket, especially in this environment, run one Trump tweet can ruin your whole months of work. Never copy trade. What if you only have 2 accounts, still don't copy trade? Yeah, there's no reason to copy trade. The fact that you get a second account, they're giving you a way to DCA your total risk through multiple accounts. You're spreading your risk out, just like in a real account. You're shorting at one place and shorting at another place, or longing at one place and longing at another. Your win rate goes up when you spread your risk out. Always. Always, always, always. So that's my strategy. You might get to the finish line slower, but boy, you'll blow up so much less and you will make so much more money not putting all your eggs in one basket. Same thing. It's like a real futures account. You don't hit your pivot and then go all in with all you want to do with that one pivot. You know, usually you'll stagger in an entry and try to build a cost basis for a trade. It's basically the same thing, except for in the prop world, your accounts are like discrete little packets of its own identity. So you can just split up that way. Instead of longing 5 accounts with one contract and 5 accounts with another contract as it's falling, long with 2 accounts here and 3 accounts here, because each account individually is battling its own consistency and profit target. So an example, the first short I take with the most drawdown is my account with the biggest buffer in it, the one that can afford to take the more heat. So this account on the screen right now has about $40,000 of profit in it. I have to lose 40 grand to blow this account up. And so some of my other accounts are 10 to 15K of profit. Those are the last ones I get in. So the ones that can take the most squeeze are the ones I enter in first. If that makes sense. One more time off of MHP resistance because resiliences were negative and deteriorating, but that's just one more time. I try to do half gap and I'm going to do one more right here and see what I get. Or just trade micros and be happy with base hits. Well, even if you trade micros, you want to split your accounts up because the prop firm world is designed to squeeze you on that account. Account A has no idea what account B is doing. Account A has its own rules, its own consistency, its own whatever. So the accounts that I have more wiggle room to play with are the ones that take the most risk. The accounts that are tighter and right on the edge take the least amount of risk. It's not a bad place to long and half gap. You're betting on the S&P resilience being better and that the gap filling this way. It just looks very suspicious today as far as all the indicators are still kind of negative. Jump's gonna be talking, right? I wonder what his big announcement he's talking about. I got the news off to the side. I intend to make a deal with Europe. We will be dealing with Europe, is what he's saying. He's talking right now. We will have discussion on films. Okay. Who knows what any of this means? Is Trump going to drop a bomb on us? Come on, baby. One more trade. And short trades always take a lot of heat because of the volatility. That's the crappy part about them. Oh, there he goes. There's that tap. What is he actually saying? Hold on. Let me decide if I want to close this out. I'm watching MHP. Are we going to Scotland later in the year? What's he even saying? Where's my damn Dom? If China tariff can be lowered, he said it could be lowered. Oh, okay, that's what that was. See how Wall Street is just looking for any hint it can on China. That's actually pretty good news. That makes me a little worried about this trade. It can be lowered? Yeah, so they're asking him about China. It could be that the tariffs in China could go down. Yesterday's was that he's not taking it off the table. All right, I got my finger on the button. I'll be ready to close this in a second. There's the tap. Yeah. Not good for the position, so boo. Bum, 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 bum. This is that second tap I wanted. So I'm going to hold through this just to see what happens. I don't know if this is going to create any kind of effect. But saying that the tariffs could be lowered is actually really good news. That has me a little worried. Now is Wall Street going to like take this news and run with it pretty quick? We'll see. This is the account that's at 2,300, so I'm playing with that extra house money. Everybody looking for clues. Yeah, so that's actually pretty decent news. I don't like it. I mean, I like it. I like it for the bull market. I don't like it for my trade, though. This is what it was like trading way back in the day. Like, you're basically just doing like a little blues clues over here. Every single time Trump says something, the market's going to be like, wait, which way is it going to go? Which way is it going to go? I was hoping when he was going to talk, he was going to be a little more stubborn like he was yesterday, but this is actually pretty... Yeah. Let me see on this one. We could go lower in tariffs if talks go well. If talks go well. And talks are probably not going to go super well, but we'll see. I am probably going to close this out in just a second. I got a stop loss at 40 points above 116. This is right on the edge there. So I'm about to push the button on this one. I can run on the edge of my stop. This is the one that took a lot more extra heat. So let me close this one out. Yeah, let me close this one out at 2,000. That didn't go too well. I got MHP one more time. I mean, BD band one more time. I love when Trump's talking. It throws a curveball on your awesome days otherwise. Join a deal. I still feel that we're probably good. Yeah, I'm probably gonna let me close this out in 2 seconds here. You don't like this? That wasn't that good. This is an actual pivot that can give us a little bit more pivoting action, but that's the only reason I'm hanging on just a little tiny bit longer. We're right back up to the opening gap fill here. Tariffs can't get any higher than 145. We know it's coming down. Okay, so that's fine. Boy, I'm right on the edge here. What a crazy candle. Watch me get lucky on this one. DD band is still there. Hopefully contain this. I know it's going to be a span volatile range. I don't think we're going to rally from here off of this. I think it's just going to squeeze out some people like me. But let me hang on just a little bit longer and see that DD band pops a little resistance off of that. What a straight run candle, man. That was pretty crazy. I'm playing in... I haven't touched it with any other than just 2 of my accounts, so... That is crazy right here. A little bit of up and down on this. Hey, what's up? Here you guys out there. Hello. Howdy.
Hi.
What is that?
Hey.
Ooh, thank you. Are we gonna go to take Pickle to the lake or to the beach today?
Like, we're gonna get to the beach, but I think you have to make it back to the stream.
What's up, boy? Trump is talking, squeezing me out of a trade here.
Oh no.
He's making the market go crazy.
Are you in the trade right now?
Yeah. Made like 8,000, but then I'm now down like 4,000.
Dang it, Trump.
How you doing? What's up? What's up, Bagel?
Gotta make some, you gotta lose some, or else you won't make any.
I know. Whoa. All right.
Okay.
He's done. He's done. This is the final like resistance right up here. This is the last little spot where I can expect any kind of movement. So I'm about to push down on this one. That is extremely rare to see all of this. So that was kind of disheartening. All right. This is my stop. Let's close it. Boy, that sucks. Boo. Wall Street is extremely desperate to hear anything about the tariffs coming down. Yeah, that's actually really good news for both sides of the market. My original thesis was like we needed to see something like that. What are you guys up to today? Mm-hmm. What's your shirt say?
Boba?
Oh, boba.
Yeah, Busan Boba.
What is that?
One of my viewers owned a boba shop and he sent me a shirt to rep it on stream.
Yeah?
Yeah, Busan Boba. It's out of business now though, guys. So.
Oh my god. Why is that out of business?
I don't know. He didn't do well during COVID.
Oh really? Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Oh, very nice, very nice. How's your mom doing? Yeah? Oh, that's good. And now it goes the other way. Gotta love this market. What's he saying now? We want China to let our business in. Watch it just sell hard from today. That's okay, I got squeezed on that one. We'll be fine. Look at this. Watch me take that loss for nothing. But it's okay. I'd rather be safe than sorry. Who knows what Trump's saying next? He says, we want to compete in China. China wants to do something. I think the 10% baseline is set. It's not a template for future deals. But tariffs are set for 10% in Europe, so. That was the reversal. Yeah, I know. And look at me closing out, being a wuss. That's okay. I'm going to chill on this. I don't want to take any more losses. But I'm someone hopefully close green for the day. We won't do a similar deal with cars, he's saying. You always embarrass me on stream. What are you gonna do? Oh no! You give me a wet willy?
No, even better.
Ah! Did you just bite my cheek?
I did. It's to make your day better.
Thank you. That did make my day a
I'm
whole lot
proud of
better.
you. You look good on my funded future TV.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh, thanks.
there was like
I shaved.
1,500 people there.
How big was it
watching.
last time that I was on there?
It was like 2,500 the last time.
And 1,500 today?
Yeah. Maybe because they weren't giving more giveaways. Like they were giving a lot more
I don't know.
away last time.
I don't know. Maybe I got less cool. Maybe because I need a haircut.
No, but you've also taken half their viewers to your stream now, so that's why.
Is that how it works?
Yeah. They're loyal to you now.
Excellent. That was a really odd, like, straight run move on the fact that, well, I mean, the idea that tariffs could come down is something very hopeful for a lot of Wall Street traders. Nobody wants to be short against the idea that they can possibly, tariffs could possibly get better. So the bullish situation of the tariffs, once tariffs get off the table, the market goes all the way back to the high. So the fact that tariffs are on the table, we're still going to consolidate inside of this big, you know, weekly range that we've been seeing. So pending like results of the trade war, but oh, give me a second, guys. I'm gonna check out something real quick. Ooh, 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 ooh. No more trades today. Yeah. This usually happens. You give them all the news, it's gonna go random on you. All the data looked really bad, and then one snap from Trump popped it right back up, which is usually, you know, you have to kind of always be aware of that being one of the major motivations of anything to be moving to begin with. Economic data is good, so any good news the market's going to eat up pretty quick. I still don't think we have a big rally from here. I think we're still going to consolidate lower, but I'd rather not take any more risk. This is like not something that's worth losing money over. But as we see, well, yesterday we thought the market was going to sell off pretty hard on his, when he was like, I'm stubborn with the 145, the market didn't crash. It sold a little bit, but now when he's like, we might lower the tariffs, market went straight up. So you can understand the tolerance of people with the news is that, you know, bad news is going to get shrugged off pretty quickly. Good news is going to be gobbled up like very quickly. Wait, what am I trying to do here? That's a pretty gross looking hourly candle. Oh, let me pop up S&P really quick. See, we're near the S&P DD bands. Yeah, we are. Okay. Hold up. I gotta do something on my phone real quick. Give me a second, guys. Hold up. How's the D ratio looking? 0.9. Okay. Here. Looks like pivoting inside of here is probably going to be what the next step is. Breaking the band and continuing to go would be a little rare in these conditions, but it looks like all the stock conditions improved, so no more shorting pressure. I don't feel now. If it sells off from here, I don't even know what to believe anymore. Tough day today. But anytime there's news, it's going to break structure and it's going to be random. So that's the bet you take when you're doing anything and Trump is talking or news comes out. That's like loving that 20,200 level. Pretty good. Trump is saying better go and buy stocks now. Holy shit. Look at that. He's like literally telling everybody to buy the dip again. Yeah, so he's doing the same thing he did before. Better go and buy stocks now. He's literally doing the same thing that he did before. Better go out and buy stocks now, according to Trump. Another 10% update today. Dang. Literally. Everyone is cutting but Powell. Talking to Powell is like talking to a wall. Powell's always late. Better go and buy stocks now. Dude. This is going to be looking like another one of those crazy days. I can't even believe. Look, like this. This is just, dude. This is just crazy. It's like the last time he said it, we missed it, and this time he says it right here at the top. I wonder if that's going to trap a lot of people, especially a lot of shorts that we're trying to short some of these levels here. Yeah, thanks for telling us now, right? Bro is just like giving us just like go buy stocks now. Like I don't understand how the SEC is not going to be all up in his business with stuff like that. Like you can't be direct like that. Like that's to me is just that's an investigation waiting to happen. Yeah, let's delete all this stuff. Everything got better on that note. We saw that gap fill up here at 493.5. It's gonna go straight up. No retracing, no fading. Don't short this. Nothing. Do nothing, guys. Yeah. The Trump bump is real. The SEC, ask and burn. Yeah. Like literally, just go buy stocks now. Okay. They got it. They got to get hit for market manipulation. Yeah, don't ever fight against Trump. So he's just setting up the short for when the China talks deteriorate. Yeah, I think so. 100%. I still think that the talks are not going to go well, but Wall Street needs that kind of bump, right? Let me double check the gap fill in QQQ. It'd be nice to have caught some of this, obviously, but it's not like every single day has to be a move that you can get. Yeah, we have a 493.5 is a gap fill at the top. And SPY has a gap fill at 575.91. Hold on. No, Trump just told everybody to buy stocks again, just like he's been doing. He said you better buy stocks now. Trying to get you guys some levels to just make sense. I have a liquidity pocket right here in a second as well. Better go buy stocks now is what he's saying. Incredible. So the better go buy stocks now comment is basically, you know, a hint that they're going to come up with a deal, but it's not up to him, right? It's like, it's up to China and it's up to him. And the only way that he's going to just basically force it to happen is if he goes out there and he cuts out the tariffs. I didn't expect all of that. Take a look at some of this data here. VIX is dropping very rapidly, 22 on futures. VIX is right below 100 again. What is this back here? Oh, what is it, 2024? Trying to see what it looked like. It'd be crazy if this is 10% update number 2. Trying to find it on my chart real quick. There it is. Okay, so this is SPY. And the last time, it was kind of like, we're like, we're going to pause the tariffs and make, a deal with everybody. And the market just flew up pretty rapidly on that. And then we went up 10% that day. And it's just, the first 5 minutes, the market had gone up, 200 points in the S&P on the magnitude of that news. This time, the S&P has gone up 80 points, which is significant. But it's not like the big blowout like it was last time. That makes sense. But this could still be pretty rapid. High consolidation can still be continuation of the move up. They love any potential hint that tariffs are going to lower is always going to be like huge bull news. Is Wall Street going to be stupid again? Is Wall Street going to be cautious again? Are we going to jump in at the high here and chase it for 10%? Or we're just getting 1% move and Wall Street's comfortable with that? What do y'all think? The question we all have is, are we missing out on the next big 10% play? Is that today? What do you guys think in chat? 10% or no? Is the market going to rug today? Or is it 10%? I'm looking at the speed at which we moved last time. The market moved so fast. I'm talking so fast. 200 points in the S&P in 5 minutes. The first one that we had, we went from 50.25 to 5,400 in the first hour. So about 400 points in the hour. And we did about In the first 5 minutes, we went up 50.27 to 52.07. It's about 200 points in the first 5 minutes. So here we've gone up. I'm talking S&P terms. So here we've gone up about 56.60 to 57.30, 70 points in a magnitude of, 45 minutes. Like the market is like less enthusiastic right now. Oh, yeah, somebody asked what my P&L is. No, I'm actually red for the day. Sorry, I didn't see your comments earlier. Yeah, so this one hit me pretty decent. Not that red, but somewhat red. Like I said, I only hit it with a couple of my accounts, but they squeezed pretty hard. These are the ones that were up like 2,800, so I took a little bit more heat when I closed them out. But so I'm still down. I'm down like, what is it, 337. They cancel each other out. So I'm down probably 7 Gs for the day. I had my first big losing day since ever, I think. It's the biggest losing day I've had with Tradeify. But that's what happens. Sometimes it zaps you, but just keeping your risk at par that you're willing to lose. I'm up 125K. I can take a one-time 7K loss on a bad news event that goes against me. What do you guys think? Up or down? Was it 6? Oh, that's right. I did. I took that 16. Yeah, I did. I lost 16K that one time. That is right. I forgot about that. That was like in February. Thanks for reminding me. I took more risk when I could safely. Yeah, that's exactly what I did. But I didn't expect Trump to start dropping bombs. I was following all the clues I had. And so that just sucks that, all the clues you had yesterday. He changed his tone. Yesterday was 145. We're not taking those tariffs off. And then today he's like, yeah, they could come down. Like, well, bipolar president there. So that's just the unfortunate part of Wall Street. Mark, it was like, I think it was like 16K as Nihal said, something like that. Yeah. Sorry about the reminder. Yeah, you're bringing my PTSD back. End of Trump stream. Yeah, that's the end. Thanks for letting us know, Simon. Appreciate it. Well, I think we close today. It's really, really hard to say where we close today. The market blasted up, like I said. We went up, like the first go when we had the first news of, everyone buy the dip, and the market went crazy when you pulled tariffs on the table. We went from 50.21 to 5,200. So roughly 200 points in the first 5 minutes. Then we dipped. And then we went about 300 points over the next 15 minutes. So in this period of time, it's been roughly about an hour, and we're not like, flying up 10%. We're probably, like I said, I think we probably interact inside of here. I don't know if that's really good news. It might actually fade from here. Like I said, I don't really know where we close, but I don't think this is the big 10% day. Like, we're not missing anything by jumping in and not jumping in. But better buy stocks now is kind of like hinting that things are going to be better. But it's still that today, that feels like a trap. I don't know. I don't know what you guys think. Does that feel like a trap or what? What do y'all feel? Like, better buy stocks now? Like, what? Stocks are still sitting pretty nice. I think this is like an overreaction. I do feel like the next move is back to the DD band, so we'll see. Stocks losing a little bit of momentum there. Let me pull this up. Let me just draw your next impact line, which is here. This is that first resistance that we're sitting at. I think that we sit here and market goes test up and probably back down to there. It's unusual to close here and keep going. That's the rarest of the rare. But again, better buy stocks now is a sign that, you know, he's hinting at something. I wouldn't at all bet against that, despite how I feel. Better safe than sorry, just to kind of like, you know, sit on the sidelines, take my lick, and just be done with it. He's obsessed with the stock market going up because it makes him seem like, you know, like the world's best president is what he wants to be remembered as the guy that made American prosperity, you know, mainstream. The stock market's the best because of me. It's the best it's ever been because of me, you know, yada, yada, yada. He has no problem exaggerating, yeah. Short back to DD, but Mr. Market is still strong. Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like it does come back down in the DD band, but God, there is no place to short from. This is like the scary part because Trump's telling you to buy the dip, but wouldn't it be the weirdest thing if Wall Street learned its lesson from the last trade war and didn't believe it this time? We know they're going to meet up. We know they're going to come to zero conclusion. This is a trap in general. Now, if they come out, if he's just saying because like he's telling us 145, and we come back Monday morning or Tuesday or whatever, and then he's just like, you know what? It's zero. I pulled it off the table. Well, I told you guys to buy the dip because I was going to pull it off the table. You know what I'm saying? That just to me tells me that Trump is so straightforward, is that he's speaking, he's where, you know, when Trump wears the red tie with the polka dots, he's telling you buy the dip, the secret code. He's telling you he's going to fold the trade war. If he's telling you better buy stocks now, he's going to fold and pull his tariffs off the table. But then yesterday he said he wasn't going to do it. So, yeah, the SEC is going to be all up over his ass, flip-flopping to tell people to buy stocks. And you know, this is just going to be that quote. Which quote is out of context? The one from yesterday or the one from today? Yeah, no, the preliminary talks, right. Nobody's saying they're playing on a deal this weekend. Right, but Wall Street's betting on there being a deal this weekend. That's why I'm saying a big fly up like this. People are betting on that. We're going to get ready for it. Better buy now today. Oh, yeah. What did he actually say then in the thing? So they're misquoting him. Better go out and buy stocks now. So what did he actually say? I'm just reading the headline. So what was the actual real quote? Mr. Dewar, do you remember what the context was? Let me look. Better buy stocks. Yeah, or whoever said that. If they're taking it out of context, you're saying? It's certainly got to be out of context because we're not moving up 10% like we did last time. Yeah, a comment during that speech he was giving. So what Financial Juice is saying, it just literally, it's clipped, but it says better go out and buy stocks now is all it says. It's not on social media. Yeah. This seems appropriate. Ideally, right, this would be the perfect pivots to trade off of here. Now, earlier I was trying to short off of MHP because that was appropriately set up to do so. But as you guys will learn in trading, sometimes news just comes out and just does the other thing, and you can't predict or control that. Part of trading is to be avoiding things like that. A mistake for me is trading while Trump is talking. Against anything he could say is going to likely be bullish. But it happens like that. You just have to make sure that you avoid it as much as you can. Don't try to be out of the market as much as you can and avoiding those news days. The stock market will really rally now was his last comment. Dude, that just sounds so like manipulative, man. I don't know. Like what are people betting on? You know what I'm saying? Like what is the consensus that people are actually betting on? That he's going to actually come back anytime soon with an actual deal. We know anytime from last year, it's going to take months of them fighting, or last time around, it takes months of them fighting, and they will come up with nothing anytime soon. And ultimately will result in Trump folding and pulling it off the table for the sake of the stock market. But this time I feel like this time he's going to beat his chest for longer because he's not trying to get reelected, right? Last time he kind of had like, you know, he's a little crazier this time around. I like him. He's a good guy, you know, good president, whatever. But like, he's crazier this time around. He didn't care if he doesn't get reelected because he can't. So he's going a little off the cuff, like really pushing his policies forward, and as hard as he could. So I feel like this time around, he's holding nothing back. It becomes announced as like a big corporate tax cut could rally the market another 5%. Yeah. So the reason I'm talking about Monday is not they come out with a trade deal on Monday, but he announced, I've got news coming out. This is news is as big as it gets on Monday. So Monday could be, you know what, I'm pulling the tariffs off the table or something. You know what I'm saying? He told you he's got news event on Monday. He's telling you to buy stocks now. So stocks. It's not crypto, it's stocks. So whatever he's announcing is not a crypto thing. He's a crook. Well, all politicians are crooks. Why would you ever want to be a fucking politician or a senator or president? You got to be a huge piece of shit to want to go into a job in politics. But you also want to be a rich piece of shit. And that's why you go into politics to get rich. He said the news aren't. Oh, that's right. He did, Pistol. You're right. He said news isn't tariff related. You were absolutely right. So why would you buy stocks now and then a big announcement on Monday that's not tariff related? What could it be? Yeah, you're right. I did forget about that. Why would he possibly change course now? I don't know. Taxes. Yeah, it could be taxes related to Medicare. No, we have to speculate what we think he's going to say on Monday. What is the news going to be? If we're narrowing it down to what it can't be. It's not tariff related. IRS? We're going to Mars. No Fed income tax? Yeah, something like that, right? He'll resign, LOL. Corporate tax stuff? Yeah, probably. You can come out and say that UI started using Rocket Scooter. Oh, that's hilarious. Let me delete this. This is actually not the direction I think it's going to go. That's just the possible bounce point. So I want to see interaction with DD Band. DD Band is always a positive support, 0.70. I might maybe, you know, take another trade. If we tap this, I might take a long. That would be so nice. And the market's absolutely quiet now after this chatter from him. For some reason, I don't know why, it just doesn't feel the same as the last buy the dip post from him. Well, I do feel like stocks in the market's going to go up. I really don't feel like Monday's news is going to be stock market news if it's tax related. My question is, do I think we're going to go up another 10%, like he's going to drop tariffs or something? And he said he's not going to do that. So whatever big announcement is on Monday, the sensitivity of the market today has to do with that. People are betting on it having to do with stocks and when stock market's going up. But if it's not due to tariffs, then it doesn't have anything to the stock market then. No federal income tax, so we can keep all of our prop firm gains. Hell yeah, let's do it. That'd be perfect. So it sucks to take a little bit of haircut, but man, I'm on such a great upward trajectory with Tradeify. It's just, you know, it's not like I'm trading bad, but unfortunately for me, I take a hit off of some Trump chatter, and that just happens. And those of you guys, if you take hits because you're long or short and Trump does something and gets you the other way, there's really nothing you can do to avoid it. You can just, control your bleed and make it smaller by just making sure, okay, I took a hit, I'm going to get out. I held a little longer than I should, but I was waiting for a second pivot to come and exit off of the upper DD band, which I closed right there. That part of trading is random, and you're just gonna have to deal with it. Your goal is to avoid it as much as possible. Like being in a trade when Trump's talking, yeah, that's kind of like newbie on my part. I should have known better. War news. It could be, oh, you know what? It could be Russia, Ukraine related news. A deal with Russia. That would be, I would say, as big as it gets. A deal with Russia would be like that would be something that would qualify, I think. But would you buy stocks now because of that? No. Do you have a G? Yeah, that's what you're saying. Okay. But you're up like 100K. You'd be happy if you made 1K. LOL. Yeah, it sucks though. But the point is that you just don't try to make it worse. With Trump, yeah, and so that's the point. It can go any way. When Trump is talking, it can go either way. You just have to know that his incentive is not to crash the stock market. So the rule of thumb is when he's talking, you assume things he's going to say might push the market higher at this point. Better go and buy stocks now. Where? I want to know the context of what that came out of. Trump says a rate cut would be jet fuel for markets, but Powell doesn't want to do it. Of course. Nobody's going to try to fade this today, you guys. That's for damn sure. You don't think it's going to be a deal with Russia? Yeah. It could be, but yeah, I think that's unlikely the more I think about it. Money before he starts talking, you'll be loading up and scalping the spike. Or if his news comes out to be a dud and not actually really like, market breaking news, people might get pissed off. Okay, you're close to a payout. You've learned a lot. You're getting close. That's good, man. Sanctions on Russian oil could boom our fields. Yeah. But also it would raise gas prices because our fields are a little more expensive to. Some of our gas can be a little more, oil can be a little more expensive to process, but that's okay. Usually people will buy gas no matter what the price. Breaking news: Trump said stocks are really rallying now. That's it. Do you miss the giveaway? Yeah, you missed the giveaway. PJ says it's tax related. I would like to say that I believe that as big as it gets means the IRS is going away. If he's not pulling tariffs off the table, that's the clue. Okay, that's it. He's not pulling tariffs off the table because we need the External Revenue Service to raise tax revenue. That's why the tariffs are staying in UK. That's why the things that are 145 are not being touched. So is that what he's doing? He's getting rid of not the IRS, but the federal income tax? Well, if he believes that the tariffs can fund it from the external revenue, maybe federal income tax gets lowered or eliminated. It's in that, maybe that, I mean, I'm trying to basically, you guys are arguing with Trump right now. Y'all are probably right. I'm not disagreeing with y'all. You guys are probably right. But I'm trying to guess what will happen anyways, even if it's a stupid move. The ERS, right. So the IRS becomes the ERS. Is it supposedly Medicare related? How can that be as big as it gets, though? Is he getting rid of Medicare altogether? Getting rid of Social Security altogether? Because I would assume as big as it gets affects everybody somehow. So it's got to be some kind of tax related. If it's not the stock market and it's not tariff related, then it's got to be tax related. It's the only other thing that affects everybody. Tax cuts or tax breaks or something. Tax the state. How Trump can use the watch the bunny trick and everybody looks the wrong way. Yeah. Exactly. He'll be buying Bitcoin stuff. It could be Bitcoin related as well. But then he's saying buy stocks now. So I don't know if Bitcoin would be tied to the stock market then. The stocks wouldn't rally on great Bitcoin news. Why would... Maybe he's just saying buy stocks now because he's just telling people to buy stocks now in general. Maybe unrelated to Monday. That's also a thing. Maybe it's just a random comment that's not related. Did he Freudian slip something, or did he actually just hopefully say market's going to go up? It'll be one of the most important announcements that have been made in many years about a certain subject. Oh, okay, okay. So what's the certain subject? Little Blue is right. It can't be anything that requires more votes in Congress. It's anything to do with the reconciliation bill. It'll be one of the most important announcements made in many years about a certain subject. Buy the rumors, sell the news. That's how I feel. Yeah. That's my whole thought of this whole process is like, do we get to a step where people are buying the rumor and then the news is a flop? All I care about is the tariffs are coming off the table. That's the only thing that's going to make the stock market rally faster. He's giving himself a third term. Yeah, exactly. I'm renaming president to Emperor of Earth. Mad buyer selling cube? No, nothing. Nothing here. I'll grab, I will always long off of good, strong pivots. To get to them. It's so crazy how the little bit of volatility and selling we did have ultimately like just dried up and the market is just consolidating higher. Keep watching your resiliences to see if the stock market deteriorates at all or still holds the fort. These are decent right now. In other news, I passed my Funded Next account, so I'm going to be trading that funded account tomorrow. That'd be cool. DD dropped from 80s to 70s. Yeah, we have illiquidity pockets in some of the stocks. MHP is monthly hedge pressure. It's the maximum gamma exposure of market makers in monthly options. Better buy stocks now. Let Trump cook. I just need a place to buy socks from. Where? I need a dip. I need a pivot. I need a pivot. A pope has been chosen. Yeah, I forgot that was going on. Oh, that's the. Oh no, the pope isn't chosen yet. You're just saying that would be the news on Monday. Hey, we have a new pope. Did y'all see? What was that movie? Conclave. Since the pope, election is all basically like in the news right now. There was a movie that came out recently with John Lithgow and with Voldemort and a couple other people, and Stanley Tucci about the pope, about electing a pope. Conclave. It was pretty good. It was like no, we don't have a new pope yet, or do we? We do now. Oh, Conclave was a pretty cool movie. It was like the drama behind the scenes at a pope election, and all the drama and shit talking and shade throwing. They sound like a bunch of fucking financial influencers. Kernels, black smoke signals no pope named today in the first conclave's balance live updates. You guys are saying there's a new pope. As of when? Wait, I don't see it in the news. It'd be in the news feeds. El Papa. Why are you guys saying we have a new pope? I'm Googling this. That doesn't say there's a new pope. Oh, 5 minutes ago? Dang, well, Google ain't even picking up on that. Well, awesome to hear. New pope. "11 minutes ago, white smoke pours." Oh, there it is. Okay. New pope. There you go. Yeah, but the white smoke, I hear that they actually put chemicals in it to actually make the smoke a little more colorful. Like they put something in it so that the black smoke burns blacker and the white smoke burns whiter. Maybe. Online pope bets are going crazy right now. Who would even know who to bet on? That's the funniest part. It's like, does anybody even know any of the cardinals? So you guys know how like becoming a pope is like the hardest thing in the planet to do. So to be a pope, you have to be a guy, you have to be a certain age, you have to have been a priest. Actually, you have to be a cardinal, and you're only and the cardinal's elected by, what the hell is it? I'm a Catholic, by the way, so I remember stuff. The cardinals are elected by the nuncio or whatever it's called. They pick like the cardinals and the bishops. So you have to be like, it goes like priest, bishop, and then the bishop runs a cathedral and the priest runs a church. So the cathedral is like a bigger church. It's like a palace that runs a bunch of churches. Then an archbishop manages the bishops. And then an archbishop can become a cardinal, essentially, by being elected as one, but they're still bishops with just red gowns, basically. It's not a cardinal is not a boss of a bishop. It's just a fancier outfit for a bishop. Then all the cardinals get together and then they elect each other after a big drama fest of talking shit of who they want to side with, and they all vote on who they think should be the pope. And then at a certain age, they force you to retire. You can only be so old. I think I remember this from Catholic school, from CCE when I was a kid. It's been a while. Betting on a friar would be like taking a zero out of the money DTE, right? Yeah. Can I recommend a prop firm lawyer? A CFD prop firm changed payout rules and stole your money? Wow, that really sucks. I'm sorry to hear that, Eva. I don't know who. Here's the thing. The prop firm thing is so new. I don't know who you would contact. But I mean, like obviously a litigation attorney. You're suing somebody for fraud. So I don't know if you would have a financial attorney, like a securities advisor, or just a general litigator. Clearly, if you're suing somebody, you would go to court. You would be suing somebody for fraud, right? So you would need a litigator first of all. But you might need somebody that also specializes in financial litigation. And I don't know anybody that does both of those. Somebody in contract law. Oh yeah, and actually, right. So the first step I would do is contact a corporate attorney. So corporate attorney would understand contracts and business law, and they might recommend adding to the team somebody that specializes. Because prop firm is a very interesting thing. It's not necessarily finance. You're basically contractual employee with a company, and they change the terms of the contract on you and then devoided you of your pay. So this is more of a business and employment sort of thing. If that makes sense. Start off by calling a corporate attorney and pitch your case. I'm really sorry this happened. Pitch your case to them and explain to them what a prop firm even is, because that's the hardest part. Where does this even fall? And at least a corporate attorney would be like, this is the contract they gave me, and then they changed the terms and they defrauded me. And then from there, you explain to them what it is, and they may recommend adding more people to the team. So a corporate litigator, that'd be my opinion. I don't know. Any lawyers here? That's a question for a lawyer. Lawyers here maybe can chime in. Who's a lawyer? We got any lawyers on this airplane? Any doctors here? Any lawyers? Somebody's having a heart attack? Any lawyers can help? I'm sorry that happened, man. Lual is this? Oh, Lual Singh is a lawyer. Okay, so what do you think about? I don't even think ChatGPT understands what a prop firm is yet. The last part of the way that Jawless is saying what I'll tell you from experience. Anytime you go to court or suing somebody, unless you're going to get a payout of a couple $100,000 or more, you will lose money in the process. It is very expensive to sue somebody. So, Lual says it's an employment contract. Okay. For real, man. Like, and there's probably an arbitration clause in a lot of these prop firm things, and CFDs may not even be in the United States. Is the firm even here in the United States? You know what I mean? Like, would you even be able to successfully enforce anything on them? Civil litigation attorney? Okay. ChatGPT says that. ChatGPT did your taxes for you? Oh, that's amazing. Man, what a crazy day today. I don't think there's going to be any additional news coming through the pipeline here. So the market's stalling. I don't know if it's going to pick up momentum from here, but certainly it's stalling. It doesn't look like this is the 10% day everybody wants, obviously. It'd be nice, but I don't think we're going to get that. Woo woo. Past my fund index. So fund index, if you guys, again, like I've been pitching them, and of course, you know, I always have to tell you guys paid endorsement, but they're not telling me to talk to you guys. I'm talking to you on my own. I'm only working with them because I like their stuff. I've been doing the 50K end of the day drawdown account. It's got uncapped payouts right now, no profit split right now, no monthly fee, and no activation fee right now. They're trying to hit the ground running very rapidly. So Fund Index is basically like the new hot one in town that everybody's talking about because it's uncapped payouts, and it's code ROCKET. So if you guys want to milk a new prop firm right when they're new, this whole uncapped payouts thing, you know, Tradeify gives me $3,000 cap payouts and $15,000 max per account. These guys are uncapped, and it's end of the day drawdown. End of the day drawdown is my favorite kind of drawdown. And so there's no activation fee, and they give you a bonus even after you get your first payout of after a certain amount, or after a certain amount they give you a bonus. So I'm trading those guys as well right now, and that account has now passed, and this was earlier today, but that account has now passed its 2,500 profit target with the 40% consistency. I needed 2,700 to get there, so I'll be funded with Funded Next as of tomorrow, which is super exciting. What size are you going to trade with when you're just starting a new account? On that one, I just took 3 1-contract scalps with NASDAQ 4 days in a row. Sorry, 4. I made like 800 and then 1,000 and like 500, and I just put in the last 300 to top it off. Market is selling before EU close. Isn't that crazy that European markets haven't even closed yet? I'm still thinking it feels like it's like 3 o'clock in the afternoon already. It's still 11 in the morning. And I feel like I've aged like months in this single morning with as much of this happened. Market was slated to crash and sell off. MHP breaks, then Trump comes on and saves the market. People were so eagerly trying to sell this to break MHP today, like eagerly. And so I don't understand why people were so rushing out of the market. MHP breaks are rare. And the idea that we had that happening today, in the last 3 or 4 days, the market's been trying to sell, but pops on good news. I think people are actually starting to kind of wise up to how long it's going to take to come to a trade resolve. And I think a lot of people in Wall Street are just sort of like trying to take profit now, because I think they believe that the first couple of meetings are going to kind of be nonsense, and he's going to come out with no plan or no deal. And then they're going to want to basically be on the sidelines because the market will dip pretty hard if they have an announcement of no deal. So maybe that's why people are been trying to sell. The activity has been unusual the last 3 or 4 days. And you can see the bulk of the move, despite like a couple of events or catalysts bumping the market higher and higher and higher. The primary direction has been pressuring lower, breaking MHP overnights 2 days in a row, and then today breaking MHP in the day session before it pops up. You don't break monthly hedge pressure unless you tip the scales of Wall Street in bulk on monthly options, which means the majority of the market cap is fluxing into negative gamma. So bearish hedging. So that is crazy. And so it tells you that Wall Street knows something, and I don't know what it is. And it's probably exactly that they're not going to come up with a deal anytime soon. I can only speculate. Part of trading is speculating. And again, I always tell people, they ask me on my funded futures, can you throw some advice at the end of this? I say, it's always about, trading is about guessing the motivations of people, not trying to predict what's going to happen, but the motivations of people. You should never try to beat the market. You should just beat the people in the market. Why are they doing what they're doing? What is it that they know that I don't know? What is it that they're betting on that I don't understand or that I don't see? MHP breaks are rare, and we saw one today. We saw a big one today, and I made a decent amount of money shorting in some of the accounts. And then taking one final stab off of that, betting on that move, I got burned on Trump news. So the idea was, okay, why would we be pressuring so much further to the downside? People don't normally sell with that much velocity. And we saw a lot of moves today that were very big dumps, very big dumps. Eric Brown, what's up, man? Welcome to the Rocket Cadet. Or welcome to Rocket Cadet. That's what it says. Welcome to Rocket Scooter as a cadet. There you go. Boot camp class at 4 p.m. Eastern, yeah. Oh, by the way, remind me tomorrow. Somebody donated 20 bucks to the stream today and said give it to Victor. So we're going to give it to the group because Victor already won the boot camp. So remind me tomorrow to spin the wheel for a boot camp when more people are here. Was smart money sold into the buy? Yeah, probably. Probably so. But let's see. At least today, I feel that this is appropriate. Boot camp you, bro? All right, tomorrow. We'll do tomorrow. Spin the wheel for tomorrow. Boot camp's only 20 bucks. If you don't win the free boot camp, at least for 20 bucks, you guys are going to get so much out of it. It's a whole month of being in the community, so. You bought MSTR 420 calls? Oh, nice. All right. What is RQQ doing? 481.5. There's a gap to be filled there. You could rush up to fill the gap pretty quick. Better buy stocks now. Yes, sir. Trump's telling us, giving us the tea here. It's a coffee a week. Yeah. We wanted to make sure people, you know, I didn't make my money in life selling $1,000 boot camps. I enjoy the idea that people are like, wait, is this 20 bucks for real? Like, what's the catch? I'm like, no, there's no catch. The catch is like FU to the industry. The course sellers and the Furu gurus out there, that's how they make their living. I'm like, let me just make a really good one for practically nothing. And then it exploded in popularity. So people are like, dang, I can't believe this is only like 20 bucks. I'm like, well, 20 bucks is the price of a good book too, you know, like buy a book. Somebody said the other day, they were like, you know, I can right click and save the videos. And I'm like, and I can play them. I was like, oh, I never intended for that to happen, but I guess you could. Yeah, you guys can steal from me too. I don't care. So yeah, save the videos on your desktop and then just keep them going forward. That's up to you, but support the community. You can pay every month, but if you take them, not like I'm gonna care. That's how chill we are here. We just don't care. I do very well in life to really care about selling a trading course. $20 doesn't get you a book in Germany. I don't even think $20 gets you a book anywhere anymore. We've been to a bookstore lately. This is expensive now. It says only 58 people are making millions in Trump coin. Like a third of them have the last name Trump. Am I tired today? Kind of. I was up late last night. I'm normally like super motivated and full of energy, but I didn't get a lot of sleep. Stalled market now. Let's see what we end up doing to finish out the day. Usually high consolidations like this are support evidence of a strong move. And I would be very surprised if any of this sold off today. Trump's not going to come out and say anything new to undo what he said today. There's not like another speech. There's not another news. There's not a lot of anything coming out. There's a million people sitting here like me, like, oh shit, I want to long this market because Trump told me to long this market. I need a dip to buy. So everybody's kind of waiting for a dip to buy. And like the volume is absolutely dead right now. Everybody's like, wait, I thought the market was crashing today. And all of a sudden, we're up here. And so I think the sticker shock of what just happened is like having people like, okay, where can I buy this dip at? This last little squeeze right here, this little leg is the range that we're playing in right now. So at this bottom right here where this arrow is where that strong support is on this last burp up. And so whether this is a trap or whether this is a support, either way, this isn't the place to long from for me. I would love to grab a DD band bounce as a technical play I always take. We're back into buying the rips. The problem is, I think that habit is going to not be as lucrative as the news has only been positive lately. We haven't been to a place where negative news has entered the picture because right now everybody's still talking about the hope of a deal. But last trade war, once they actually got together and started talking, it was good news, bad news, good news, bad news. The market wasn't just blip, blip, blip. Like now it's up. It was like blip, 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 blip. So when they start finally meeting and they don't come up with a deal, you're going to start to see like 200-point drops in the S&P, like a 5-minute period, just like market tanks. And then inches its way back up the next time there's hope. And then, okay, we're going to meet next Thursday. And then, but China's like, oh, but China can't make it. Oh, market sells. And so to get to the up and down news is phase 2 of trade war. Once they actually start meeting and they don't come up with a deal immediately. Trump seems to think they're coming out with a deal. I wouldn't be surprised if a trade deal reached with China. So whether that's a comment that means he believes they're going to fold and he's just naive, or he believes he's going to fold, he's telling you to buy the dip because he's going to fold. But he said tariffs aren't coming off the table, so I don't think it's going to be that easy to make a deal with China. But that's his bargaining chip, so... That's the best way for insiders to make money. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sometimes there's no dips in the move. Right. There is absolutely no selling pressure. It'll take a whole lot of time, I would think, for the market to build up any profit taking or selling pressure off of news like today. And we do have that gap to fill on QQQ, which is 493.5. Right up here, I've drawn on the screen. Oh. I need a dip to buy, man. Come on. Give me something. Do we fill that QQQ gap though on this move up today? Any crypto trading? Not for me. I don't do any crypto trading. Was that a valid liquidity pocket entry on ES? Yeah, it was. Like there were some good scalps to both sides today. It was good eats for everybody. An LP entry. Oh, wait, hold on. LP. I'm sorry. I read that wrong. No, not yet. An LP would be on the bear zone top. So with the S&P, if this is breached, then that's a move, and it's really unbounded because it has nowhere to go until it fills the gap. So the top of a bull zone is not a liquidity pocket. It's actually the top of a bear zone. So not yet. Bull zone tops don't mean anything in our playbook. But good question. Good question. how easily the market was just ready. Maybe today's selling was just to flush some people before Trump started talking, but a little curveball thrown at us today. And it's very rare that I short the market. You guys know that. Extremely rare. About 1 out of 10 days, I'll be pushing the short button. And this is the reason why, especially in this environment, the news is going to come out good more often than it doesn't. Until they start talking, then the news is going to be 50-50, half good and half bad. It was like that at the same time. When everybody was like building hope, they're like, oh, they're finally meeting, they're going to resolve. And then they meet, and then they fight, then they fight, then they fight, then they meet again, then they fight some more. And then that part, the market is actually twice as choppy. So I don't know where the extra optimism is. A lot of people thinking that this time around, we're going to have a little bit more success. The stakes are higher. Like the threats are bigger. Like the amount of tariffs are much higher than proposed like 8 years ago. One of the previous streamers who posted their loss, hope it recover. Oh, yeah. It just happens, but whenever news comes out, man, that's just what happens when there's news. It's a coin flip, and it's not really like, don't be discouraged if it happens to you. It's not necessarily a sign of you being a bad trader, it's just bad timing or bad luck, and it happens. It happens to everybody. But yeah, it's important to be transparent even when you win, even when you lose. A lot of people don't like to do that, though. They want you to think they're like God's gift of trading and they always are winning. So markets are running. I want a better play so I can enter the market, but I'm definitely going to enter right here. But if there is some kind of end of the day sell off or pullback to some marquee levels, that's usually what I wait for, and then I'll take a pivot off of that. Yeah, I'm just in the boat that I don't think this is that big 10% up day that everybody thinks it's going to be. It doesn't have that same velocity, and now that European markets are closed, there's not a lot of volume, so we might creep higher, but I don't think it's going to be like 10% momentum. There's a lot of people. It's obviously good bullish news, but it's hard to say if this is where we pick up steam and momentum from. Short squeeze on Wolf. Buy low now. What is Wolf? What company is that? Oh, it's a coin? Oh. Am I still in here? I'm just waiting. Waiting for something better. Watching this. But yeah, you guys, so, you know, I wouldn't try to fade this. I wouldn't try to bet on much. There's a gap fill in QQQ coming up fairly soon. That'll be your first major pivot. I think that's the one place we're going to go. S&P is going to pick up an accelerant right here at 570. And I'll tell you guys, the first place that this is probably has any chance of pivoting would be about right here, which is roughly about 60 points higher on Nasdaq futures. That's the first pivot we have. So roughly about 380, give or take, like gap fill. So let me. Don't forget, guys, to hit the like button on the stream, sub to the channel. I'll be taking Pickle to the park in a little bit, or to the beach or something. We're going to go somewhere with him today, take the dog out. But don't forget to use code Rocket Scooter for all of your prop firm needs. We get the best deals in town, and we turn around and make that into giveaways for y'all. I'm going to start doing Tradeify straight to fundeds again early next week. I buy you guys a lot of funded accounts. We give away more funded accounts here than anybody else does, I would say. Oh, sorry. This is what I'm trying to set up here. Oh, this little guy right there. So about 0.3, 493.5. So about 60 point. Wait, actually, 1.2 times 4 is 52. So right about 80. Yep, that's it. Impact red line here. So this is QQQ gap fill roughly here. Don't argue. Don't fight the Trump. You need to trade a 500 account? They're fun. They're like my favorite. Yeah, it also takes China to agree and have the same stance. You know, Trump may think a deal will be made, but China needs to also have the same, you know, thought process. How long have you been trading? 15 years. And full time for 10 years. Full time. I've been streaming on YouTube since 2016. I've subscribed to the theory that there will be empty shelves in the coming months without a China deal. No. Not at all. I've been telling people that tariffs aren't going to cause a tariffs to China aren't going to cause a global recession. No. It's going to be a problem, but it's not going to be a global problem. Recessions typically span the globe, and U.S. trade tariffs to China is just a U.S. and China thing. I don't think anybody else in the globe will be super affected. Prices will go up for everybody because the stuff we make that we buy from China, and then we make stuff and sell to other people, and they're going to have tariffs on them. I think it's going to be limiting, but it's not going to be a recession, no. You learned about here from Trades with Matt? Oh, cool. Yeah, I love Matt, man. He's good. He just had a baby. For me, I'm trying to predict the behavior of the stock market. I'm not trying to subscribe to any idea that we're in or out of there. Any kind of recession or problems would have to come compounding on top of other problems that come from the tariffs. The tariffs have to create problems for companies who then run out of money or can't actually efficiently operate with these problems. And then they have to take measures, and then those measures don't work, and they take other measures, and they don't work, and they run out of money. Then they stock prices fall, then they lay people off. It's a progress, right? That would take years, you know, to get to the worst of the worst if this caused a global problem like that. Not next month. It would be, you have to kind of be silly to think that next month anything other than, you know, maybe small businesses already on the fringe will probably be going under. But big companies have such big cash reserves right now to be able to survive, you know, a long period of time and then adjust to the tariffs. So I think a recession is not going to probably happen. Well, a lot of people believe it's very possible. A lot of the bigger name investors out there think if we don't get a trade war with China, it can catalyze a recession, but it doesn't mean tomorrow. They're probably on the same page that it means over time. But the question is, do we still grow, and can we still grow the economy in that environment? And the answer is we could. I mean, we don't know how we can shift production locally. Are there enough Americans that want to take American jobs? Can we afford to pay them? And we import less and we make more, and will that boost our economy? You know, it's possible. If you subscribe to the Discord, you'll get the same stream on Zoom, no delay. No, so our Zoom call is in the afternoon. It's not in the morning. There's not a Zoom call that's live right now, just YouTube. But you get a Zoom call in the afternoon, which is an extra stream. Bull trap, just some long 0 DTE puts. Went to gamble in a controlled way for tomorrow. James says, think it comes from the uncertainty, means business can't commit to spending. Yeah, that's really what it is, JM. You're right. There's a lot of uncertainty on how businesses can handle. Can they adapt? Can they afford? Can they commit to that? You know, where they haven't been planning for it, so now they have to plan for it. Do they have the ability to do so? The staff, the cash, the logistics. It's a mess. It's like another COVID. It's a big logistical mess. COVID had to rewire businesses overnight. You know, you had to get a new shipper. You had to get a new supplier. You're desperate to get back up. You had to change your products almost immediately. And tariffs could do the same thing. I mean, tariffs is like another COVID. The exception is businesses aren't being shut down. They're just being rewired on the fly, as companies are like, hey, you're going to take a hit unless you rewire. And they're going to say, okay, well, I need this new supplier. Let's go with this company. Well, we have a contract. We're locked in for another year, so we can't even switch if we wanted to. So it's going to be messy and noisy for a while with tariffs. And like the companies might not be able to shift quickly. 30-year auction in a minute. Ooh. The farmers are already talking with the president. China didn't take anything from the U.S. farmers. A huge hit. Really. 4 p.m. Eastern in the afternoons. And the actual boot camp starts again on Monday. So we're in kind of the break period. We still meet to talk about trade plans this afternoon. We will, but we're doing the actual boot camp classes on Monday. You know, one final burp up to fill the gap, I feel. So not power hour, but like right when the market closes, we meet up. Ooh. You guys are awesome. You know, this week has been incredible. We've had the biggest turnout we've ever had on the stream ever. In December, we were getting like 200 or 300 views per stream. A lot of us were in Zoom. We weren't meeting on YouTube, but we had a split focus. Then we put everybody back in YouTube. And then February rolls around, we had 1,000 viewers per stream. March, April rolls around, we had 3,000. And yesterday we had almost 6,000. That's crazy. So we really appreciate the support you guys are giving us. It's incredible. Because of Victor, probably, yeah. We had 5,836 views. It's crazy. That was yesterday. So all week we've been breaking 5,000 views, pretty much almost every stream. Incredible. You come just for pickle. I figured if I show the dog more often, that would do it. Also, you guys are supporting the stream, but also Matt had a baby, so I know we're kind of like, Matt and I are really close, and all of Matt's followers and my followers, we all know each other. So people probably are all over here from Matt's stream just chilling too, because Matt's doing daddy duty. You come for the strippers? You should. They're really good. Can I strategy be back tested? Yeah, we actually do have a back test that was performed by our own member base, and this is the results of it. A lot of our Now this is published. We had members that did the back test to publish to you guys. We had hold on, hedge pressure breaks. Let me see. Certain liquidity map. Oh no, this is the one. Where did it go? Where the heck did it go? Oh, let me open it back up in Discord. So let me show you some of the probabilities that have come from our back test. This is from one of our members who went on their own and did this. So you see the orange and blue lines on my screen called hedge pressure and monthly hedge pressure. This is weekly options. This is monthly options, maximum gamma exposure. They're very strong pivots. So under all conditions of the stock market, basically, you know, when all of our confluence indicators are all on different pages, something's pointing up, something's pointing down, just any condition, doesn't matter. If you open above hedge pressure, you close above hedge pressure 68% of the time. This includes the bear market we just had. So one of our members just published this from their own back test over the last 4 or 5 months worth of data. This guy is 73%. So monthly hedge pressure holds 73% of the time. This is where it doesn't break it. This is where it breaks it and recovers. So 73 and 68% of the time, the bull market will stay bullish. You're roughly 7 out of 10 times. And why you guys watch me have a 70-something% win rate, because these are such a strong probability. The other greater indicators that I do trade off of my entry pivots here. So that's talking about this orange one and this blue one. Under ideal conditions, this is closer to 90% and that's closer to 80%. So ideal conditions means all your irrational lights are green and you have no, you know, anti-confluence to like what you're doing. Something isn't pointing bearish when you're trying to bull. In this case, under ideal conditions, the liquidity pocket's about a 90% trade. This is about a 90% trade and this one's 80. And these are both around 90% as well. So I have 6 entry pivots and 4 entry pivots for long, 6 entry pivots for short, 4. And they have been back tested. So our own members do a back test on their own. So that's not something like we published. It's something that somebody on their own publishes. And they're like a very prominent member of the community. They don't work for us or anything. They just do it for fun. Because we care about, is the data good? And if it comes out that the backtest turns out to be the indicator is not that good or not that good anymore, or not that good under certain conditions, we add that to our knowledge base. So we're very transparent in the community about what we do. JM came for the sausage dog. Oh yeah, dude. Pickle is such a ladies' man and a man's man. Everyone loves Pickle. You're not trading futures yet, but you keep up this channel for spot market direction indicators. That's perfect, man. Like futures is and like what we do, because here especially, we're looking at futures, equities, and the ETFs and the stocks all at the same time. So having that good, like well-rounded view of all of it at once is really helpful, I hope. So how do you build these pivots? Are employing multiple data sources and doing similar calculations? Yeah, for the most part. So what Rocket Suitor on the back end, let me tell you something. If you click this little button with the arrow right here, this one right here, you'll see there's all of this little information, status information right here. We send you 4 different separate WebSockets worth of data. And where that comes from is our data process, which is I'm just going to draw a box. This is a box with like an army of computers that do a whole bunch of different things. Okay, each one of these squares is a computer. We take raw options data. We take raw futures data. And we take raw stock data. This looks like I'm writing the word OnlyFans. All into here. And they do different things. We pull in the data. We run the calculations. Some of the calculation blocks do liquidity maps. Some of the calculation blocks do DD and resilience and a lot of other stuff. Oh, and we pull in CME data as well. On the CME website. So essentially, we run through multiple calculation processes. And then we send all that data to our central database, which is here. And whenever you connect to the platform, which is you, the UI, the user, you're basically talking to our database, which is like crunching numbers all day long through these computers. And when you're connected, we send that information to you. So liquidity maps, for instance, are calculated off of raw options data. So the raw options order flow comes from Opera. We monitor the options trades in real time, and we crunch and process that data in real time. It's crazy. The infrastructure is really crazy how much it takes to do that. Do I think it'll fall back to DD? I think so. But what do I know? You know, this is a Trump thing, and the market really doesn't have any power to fall. It's almost like it's probably going to inch forward and then rally further in the close, maybe too. It's hard to guess, and I'm going to tell you that I don't know. I have very little clue. And so all the calculations are done, and then we ship the data to you, stream it. So you're getting all this data shipped to you live, and we do the calculations on the servers. So while it could fall back to DD, I don't want to bet that it will. It's a strict gamble. We're consolidating at a high, and Trump said buy the dip. So, you know, if it falls to DD, I might grab along there maybe. ChatGPT recommends you do a hard break from trading for at least 5 days and detox from the market. That's amazing. Yeah, we're glad you guys decided to come and stay and support the stream. It really means a lot. You put a lot of effort and work into this community, and we've grown so fast this year. It's incredible. I mean, our stream size is up now 1,700% since the turn of the year. So it's crazy going from like 300 to 400 diehard viewers. We had a bunch of customers, right? And we had a big Zoom call. We piled everybody into Discord. From Discord into the YouTube while we consolidated everything. And I guess the YouTube algorithm just like, all right, we'll start showing these to new people. And started picking up a whole hell of a lot of steam. Somebody asked me yesterday, like, well, some weird troll was just like, yo, like, millionaire. Like, it's weird that people come at me because I'm the guy that was like trading $1 million trading account on stream in 2020. Like, if you're such a good rich trader trading from your apartment, why you need to trade prop firms, huh? And I'm like, 1,700% growth in YouTube. Like, oh, what are you just jumping on the bandwagon? Yeah, absolutely. Like 100%. This is the bandwagon play for views. 1,000%. And they're like, people think they're like clever for figuring it out. Oh, you're just doing it to make extra money. I'm like, yeah, of course I'm doing it to make extra money. What the fuck? Like, I'm completely honest about that. I'm only trading prop firms because it's bandwagon. You guys trade prop firms. So you guys will watch, more of you will watch me if I'm trading prop firms. This is to grow the brand, baby. And like the troll person is just like, oh, I figured out your game. I'm like, yeah, it's a game to make money. It's like, what, are we on the same page here? Like, they think it's a surprise to people that you know, you're going to be smart with your channel and try to grow the right way. Oh, bro, you're just trying to sell subs. Of course. I'm not here to hand out a charity. This isn't a fucking soup kitchen. Of course. This is a means to make money. Why? Well, if you make $1 million, why are you selling subs? I'm like, because I have 16 revenue streams. Many of them make $1 million a year, as a matter of fact. Why would you open a kolache shop and just be like, well, I have the best kolache shop in town. I'm done. You're gonna open like 20 more. Like people are like so weird about business sense. Well, I think it's because they get jaded because a lot of people out there who actually are bad at trading and don't do well at trading, and therefore they make their money from the business they make out of trading, which I get. So people are always dogging on people because they make extra money on trading businesses, but it's not like, oh, I figured you out. You're doing this for money. And I'm like, yeah, I work for money. Don't you work for money? We all have a job for money. It's like an extra thing. But the reason I did dive heavily into prop firms was a strategic YouTube growth strategy that my partners and I thought would be the appropriate thing to do. Because I always was against prop firms for the longest time. I thought they were for newbie traders and I didn't think they were worth my time. And then once I started doing it, I realized, oh, zero risk trading. If I were to blow up this Tradeify account, it only cost me $500. If I were to blow up my real account, I could lose many hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's a low risk way to trade, make money, and get views. I mean, there's no hiding behind that fact. And it's funny when a troll would say something and then you just like, yeah, you're right. And then they're like, oh, I got you. I figured you out. And I'm like, okay. See you at the bank. I don't know. Like, what's the... So goofy people are like, goofy, of course I'm trading prop firms for extra views. You're only doing it for the views. Well, you figured me out. But also, as I started doing them, I figured out that prop firms are actually a low risk way for me to trade and teach, and they're also harder to trade. So the main reason I'm doing prop firms now is to be beating the other influencers who are doing prop firms. I want you guys to see me as a better trader. Because if they're competing in prop firms and I'm over here on the side in my own trading account being an elitist, nobody's going to care. But if I walk up to the game and there's a leaderboard and I'm at the top of that leaderboard, then that's worth it for me. So that's part of what I want to do, is I want to be better than the other influencers that are doing this. So my drive for competition is worth the extra, you know, thing. So what does it take to truly understand the system? Our bootcamp pricing. We do a 20-day bootcamp, and by the time you're at the end of that bootcamp, it's going to basically be, you'll be an expert at everything I teach. It's pretty easy to go through it, and the videos are recorded, and it's only $20 for the whole month. So if you go to our website, you'll see more about it. But there's been so many people that have gone through our bootcamp, and it starts on Monday. So those of you that are interested, we made it basically practically nothing in price for $20 for 20 days. And you sign up on the website, Rocket Place Mad. Let me give you the link. Oops, let me post this for you guys. And we teach you, and I'll show you what's in it. You can read the reviews on the bootcamp. And there's a lot of people that said, you know, things about it. Let me see. All the reviews are here. And you can go read them and see what people's perspective of our bootcamp is. But, you know, it's pretty stellar across the board. I think people love it. So we'll start on Monday. It's 4 o'clock at market close for an hour every day. And then we also have the videos recorded so you can watch them anytime. $54.8, it's dropping. Wait, what's dropping, Danny? You're showing about 41. Oh, you're talking about at the actual price itself. I gotcha. Here's what's actually, so when I show you these stats and things, this is what actually is in the boot camp. We give you guys handouts of the different setups. We give you the probabilities to go with them. We teach you how to adjust your futures positions based on volatility, VVIX, rules of thumb for position entry and exit, sizing, trades I take every single time that work very well, certain pivots and probabilities that go with them, and the statistics of some of our moves. A lot of our pivots, just as a general sense, that's just basically high volume pivots that are drawn on the charts with the algorithm. And then they have really high probabilities that they normally bounce. As long as there's no news or no catalyst, structures are very rarely broken. So under ideal conditions, this is a 90% probable bounce. This is an 80% probable bounce. This one's roughly 90. This one's roughly 90. This one's 90. And this one's 90. And really 90%. Under normal market conditions, that last back test we did, this one was 73. So like when markets are choppy or non-ideal or bearish or whatever, this is the actual stat. A bull market, it bounces almost every time. 73, and then this one was 68. So under the worst possible conditions, our stuff still is about 7 out of 10 probability, which is very good. So I was really happy when Garrett, the guy that put this together, presented the results, because I was very curious. We recently changed part of our blue hedge pressure algorithm. We modified it slightly to be more robust, and I was curious to see if it was an improvement. And then we had this awesome bear market, and I was like, you know, I told him he's doing this data, and I was like, can you do data and make sure you catch the bear market too? Because I want to see what it looks like under the craziest conditions as well. And so we published, he published that on the 18th of April, which is pretty cool. And so in the boot camp, we're going to show you where the volume pivots are and the probabilities that go with them, and how to adjust for volatility and how to adjust for confluence and such. In Tradeify, what plan do you choose? You have 2 different options. Growth is an end of, or 3 different options. You have advanced to growth and straight to funded. Straight to funded is what I use. It's a little bit more expensive, but you skip the eval, you are straight to funded. It's end of the day drawdown. If you want the eval phase, you can do the growth, which is basically a step added to it, which is an eval step. And then if you pass, then you go to funded, which is a lot cheaper, but has an extra step. So it's up to you. I tell people, if you have the money, go straight to funded. Skip the eval, because every day you're in the market's a chance you're going to bust. And the advanced, it's basically like their competitor to Apex. I would avoid advanced because trailing drawdown is kind of like meh. So you're choosing between growth and straight to funded. So the question is, do you want to pay twice as much? Just skip the eval phase. And my answer to that is always yes. If I can skip a step or buy out of a crazy roll, I'll buy out of the crazy roll. I'm not used to trading prop firm rules. I'm used to trading a real account where I have all the rules I need myself. And so if I could pay a little bit extra, a couple $100 extra is not much, to avoid twice the headache, worth it to me. Do I like TPT? Everybody here likes TPT, and I support them because everyone tells me that they're amazing. I haven't used them yet because I've got hundreds of prop companies wanting to work with me, and I can't trade all of them at once. But TPT is on the list of one of the next ones I'm going to do. And they are by far one of the fan favorites here. They are in the top 3 of all that you guys buy. TPT is in the top 3. Tradeify is in the top 3. They're both seen as very, 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 very solid. So a lot of people here tell you what they like about TPT, but they have daily payouts, I think. Except for trailing drawdown on live accounts. Yeah, that's kind of suck. Sellers taking a bit of control right now. Yeah, I kind of like that this news is just kind of like phony baloney. Like, people are like, do they think it's resetting? Did we overreact in that last little burp up? Was that an overreaction? Trump said buy the dip, and now people are like, where are the rest of the traders? I still think we could fill the gap on QQQ, but, you know, I'm not going to hold my breath for it. In this no man's land, I'm not going to make any trades. So how about Top One? I have an affiliate code with Top One. I have never used them yet, or I haven't really explored them yet either. I'll tell you guys, my favorites are Tradeify straight to funded if you want a straight to funded account. If you want an end of the day drawdown account, Funded Next with their uncapped payouts is by far becoming one of the favorites here. You guys all jumped into that when I told you all about it. It's a brand new firm. They're Forex. They're working here in futures now. They came in with this no monthly fee, no activation fee. They pay you a bonus when you get paid out, and then there's uncapped payouts, and it's end of the day drawdown. And there's no profit split. It's like every rule that you want, they're doing it for their launch. So milk Funded Next while you can. That's the whole point about that. I just passed their eval in 4 days, so I'm going to be funded tomorrow with them. We'll see how that works. What's the ideal amount to risk on a trade? That's it. Okay. So there is no answer to that as a general sense. There's just a general answer for how you should approach that question. The way everything that you risk on a trade, you need to tell yourself you can lose it all. Number one. So at least at the start, whatever you invest in a trade, you're okay with losing all of it. In a margin account, you can even lose more than what you started with, even if you're not careful. There are times when that can happen. So your biggest window is, can I lose all of this and am I okay? All right. So the next thing I tell people is, whatever your maximum amount that you are willing to lose per day, and you lost it 5 days in a row, how would you feel at the end of the week? 5 losing days in a row is rare. I mean, we all go through losing streaks. It can happen. It's rare, but it happens. And at the end of 5 losing days, and you take 5 big losses back to back to back to back to back, do you feel like you're about to throw up? Do you feel like you're depressed over the weekend? It affects and changes your mood? Are you scared of the market on Monday? You've taken such a beating you don't want to trade on Monday? Then you're trading too big. So the 5 consecutive loss rule is the best way to gauge your daily risk. If you have 100 grand and you lost 10 and 10 and 20 and 30 and 10, you're probably going to be so gun shy on Monday that you're going to be scared to touch the market at all. You took too big of a hit. But if maybe you have 100,000 in your account and you lose like 1,000 a day and you have 5,000 at the end of the worst lucky losing streak you got, you might be like, it's 5,000. I'm totally cool with that. And you come back Monday refreshed like it didn't even happen, then you're trading the right amount. So the rule of thumb is that you try to think your worst case scenario. And is it money you're willing to lose? Are you okay if you lose it? Okay, check. Now is it money that if you lose it, it's going to affect your mood? And if it's affecting your mood, you don't want it. The goal of trading is to trade effortlessly between your emotional states. And you don't want to have trading ever affect your emotions. Like today on the My Funded show, what's his face? Forget his name. Said, if you start to feel any emotions or feel anything, get out of the market. And which makes a lot of sense because emotions are going to cloud your judgment and probably make you do different things you wouldn't do. So if things are making you feel bad or feel off, just stay away. And then if the amount you're trading makes you feel queasy, then you're trading too big. So as a percent basis, there's really no rule of thumb. Some futures traders will risk 10 to 20% of their entire account every day. You know, they keep a small account. My main futures account never has more than maybe 100K in it. I keep like 50 to 100K in it. Double the account, take the cash out. Double the account, take the cash out. I've always done that. I don't want to see million. I used to keep, 7 figures in a trading account. And then I realized when it's there, I'll trade it. And that's more of a control step for me to not allow myself to take unusual risks. Cause I've got $1 million in this account. Like I can hold longer from this loss and I'll be fine. I'll make it back tomorrow. I see you start to like modify your rules and plan because you have extra money. And in reality, when I have 50 to 100K in the account any given time, I'll risk losing 5, 10K a day because I got so many cash reserves off to the side. I can just refund the account if I lose it. So I never really tried. You see even with the prop firms, my daily is about the same. So it comes to like what you're comfortable with. And that's really the right answer. America having a good day. Trump speech was good. Yep. Why just NQ and S&P? Because they are the easiest futures to trade, period. Macro wise, the news is straightforward. The motivations are straightforward. And you really don't have to pay much attention to anything outside of market hours. Whereas like most other things like commodities, you have to pay attention to global economic and like trends in different countries and your 24/7 news for things like oil and gold. I mean, you have to pay attention to what everybody's doing around the world. So you don't really get to sleep if you trade commodities. And then stocks are just harder to trade than the index because stocks have a million more reasons to move. The index is the sum of all the stocks. And the index, all the stocks either go up or down under just a few reasons, right? But an individual stock on its own goes up or down based on millions of reasons. The company has good performance, bad performance, layoffs, this, cash flow, that, buybacks, this, and stocks will move up and down for tiniest reasons. But in bulk, the entire stock market moving at once kind of takes a couple of bigger, more discrete catalysts that don't come that often. So bigger market moves are easier to predict than stock market moves. So therefore, I settled on the S&P and NASDAQ as basically the two main things I trade. And some people trade the Russell and some people trade the Dow, but index ETFs are okay, but index futures are like the bomb. So American Pope. Oh, did they announce who the Pope was? Who's the new Pope? Did they announce the name of the Pope? But on trading today, I might buy the dip at the lower green band if we get there. If I hit my max loss but see a 90% setup, do I take it? Yes, I always take a 90% setup every single time. That's the whole point of trading. Is the bigger probable setups, you take them despite your loss, despite your emotional setup. I don't have a max loss per day. I have a max loss per trade for the most part, and I trust that my system works more often than it doesn't. So I'm always taking the high probability setups. For me, I'll trade all day. If I get a setup, I'll take it. I don't have a max loss per day because my max loss per trade is so small that I can lose 5 or 10 trades in a day and still have tons of money left to trade with. It would be rare to lose a 90% trade 5 times in a row per day. So yeah, I always will take it. Leo the 14th. Well, no, I mean, like, what's his real name? Everyone elects their own Pope name when they become Pope. What's his real name? Man, Google is not giving me up-to-date news today. American Pope. Robert Prevost elected the first American Pope in a while. Okay, I found it. American missionary spent his career ministering in Peru and led the Vatican's powerful office of bishops. Was elected the first Pope. Here we go. There's your new Pope. Pope Prevost. Ayo. Good deal. Yeah, that was quick. Prevost sounds awfully Russian. I don't know what. It does sound like Eastern European, kind of in a way. I'm a real American Hulk Hogan flexes. That is kind of cool, an American Pope. Let's go. I've never been to the Vatican. I'd love to go. That'd be so much fun. I hear it's like a magical experience. People that go there just they love it. Polar bear for markets. Markets, I don't care about the Pope. Somebody said looks like a kid sniffer. Oh my god. It's an old man thing. My grandpa used to sniff my hair all the time. I don't know what it is. Anyways, grandpa used to sniff, like grandpa would go, come here. That's the way they do it. They would smell your hair. I think it's a Depression era thing. You know what I'm saying? The new car smell. Keep up Futures Desk plans since we got Futures Desk giveaway sometimes. Yeah, so this is what they do. Let me check you really quick. Wait, that's the wrong. Let me just open up here. So Futures Desk is very cool because, and I just explored them live on stream for the first time with you guys. What I am going to tell you that's cool about these guys is while they do have plans, watch this. This is what's really cool. They have popular plans. Choose an account size and adjust it. Okay, so let's look at all these different ones, right? Let's just pick one, the premium. Here's what these guys do. You design your own plan. You have a slider. What do you want your max loss to be? And they give you all the parameters here. What do you want your contracts to be? It's cheaper to trade fewer contracts. That's what I like because I don't trade any more than like 2 or 3 contracts. I'd set it to 3. If 5 is 329 and 3 is 319, I'll save $10 a month. Minimum days. The more days to trade, the cheaper that it is. And you basically set it yourself. How much is a Bloomberg terminal these days? I don't know, but they always are really expensive. You could choose end of the day or static option and then price it out. So you can compare their plan with anyone else's plan by doing that. So I'll tell you a good end of the day would be like, you know, this is my fund index, 2,500 max loss, 3 minis in 5 days, puts me right at $200 a month. And that's pretty damn good. And after our discount, it's about the same price as that. So, and this shows you the daily goal. The more I don't know what daily goal is though. I think you have to, that's just estimating what your daily goal should be when you trade. So yeah, you can craft your own like $200 account. And then Rocket Scooter code gives you a discount to go with it. That's kind of cool. $2K a month for Bloomberg? No, it's like 5 figures a month for sure. I thought it was like 6 figures a year license. Is it 40,000 a year? Oh, and I don't know. The Bloomberg terminal is like, what do you get that's awesome out of it? Like better news feeds and faster data, I think. But the Bloomberg terminal just looks like it's from the 80s, and it's not so high tech, I would say. End of the day is better than static. It depends. Static is good if there's a big fat static. Let me show you on here. If there's a big fat static buffer, then it's great. So if I were to pick static on the same note, you will see that it is a little more expensive, right? Let me make this where you guys can see it. So static itself, like for like, is going to be, it looks like 75% more money, almost twice as much. But a static drawdown doesn't move with you at all. Static is fantastic because you immediately have buffer. The trick in these accounts is buffer. Tradeify, I have a trailing drawdown that's end of the day, which is fine. But once I pass $9,000 in profit, the end of the day drawdown stops trailing, period. And then no matter what money I make, my drawdown is fixed to there. It stays. It's static once you hit your buffer and it doesn't move. But a static gives you a buffer right out the door. It's flat for where you start. You got buffer immediately from trade one. Because it's easier, it's going to be more expensive. So like for like, because you have options, you just get to choose which one is better. And you know, my rule of thumb is always buy easier rules for yourself. End of the day drawdown will trail with you to a certain point once a day, which is still really good, but static is great. Now you can craft your own static account to meet the same parameters. Stacks are fantastic. I would do a 2,000 max loss, 2 mini 5-day stack for 300 bucks. I'd take that any day. That's a great price for a static with a 2,000 buffer. 2,000 is great. Apex's static for that same price is a $625 drawdown. It's so tight you can't even pass it. You got to wait for Apex to have a sale to make it even worth it. So end of the day trailing, but end of the day trailing is great. That's kind of like the best you're going to get without paying the extra price for a static. Yeah. Need a juicy discount? Well, Rocket Scooter gets a discount. So let me find out what the discount is with these dudes. What do we got with them? Let me check really quick. Okay. Oh, there's our coupon. I'm going to ask him what our coupon. Ooh, and I need to update our stream with all that information. All right, a little selling pressure here. I like it. Give me a dip to buy. Full tilt. I'll have that answer for you in a little bit. Let me see if I can't. Does Funded Next have discounts? Yeah. Our code gives you 5% off at Funded Next. So we'll give you even better discount. So use code Rocket though for Funded Next. I got you, man. 5% extra off. A little bit of pullback here. Oh, and so my code with Futures Desk is 50% off of their price. So I get 50% off. Wow. The Rocket Scooter. That's kind of nice too. So by Monday, I'll update all the codes and stuff. So for the giveaways, okay, so the way that they do their giveaways, Ryan, is that they give you credits. So if you won, I remember you won, so you get a $200 credit. So spend it however you want. You can budget it towards your account or, get an account that's less than that if you want it for free, or apply it as a coupon to the account that you're going to get. Arizona was a good short and SPY. Yeah, I'm still kind of like timid on this because the DD ratio is still kind of good. Trump says load up on stocks. Is the market saying we did, but it's not moving anywhere, so I'm going to take profit. Pope Leo. There was a graphic that I will see. What is the most, the most common. The most commonly used pope name. So usually as a pope, the tradition is to name yourself after a previous pope, usually. And then these all the way go back to like the Dark Ages and stuff. So the most common pope names, history of poping. Let me see. Oh, here we go. Oh, this is just come on. And the Vatican just looks like it's like these little like areas just look like it's so like cool and historic. All right, here we go. John is the most common chosen pope name. Gregory, Benedict, Clement. I haven't heard of a Clement in a while. Innocent, Leo. It's in the middle somewhere. Pius Stephen. How basic to choose Stephen as your pope name. With all these cool ass sounding like Dark Age, Middle Age, you know, from the Middle Ages names like Pius or Boniface. Am I saying that right? Benedict, Innocent. These sound like kick-ass names from the Renaissance, you know? Okay, cool. But then you allow just go with Stephen, whatever. That's the most modern sounding name. Pope Victor the Viking. So Boniface, I think, am I saying that right? Is it Bonifaci? Then Urban. Urban's the last. This is the top 10 most popular pope names. Wait, I didn't know these things were called. This is called a cassock, a mozetta, and a zucchetto. The Pope's wearing some cool looking shoes here. Okay. All right. That's the stove. The original the ballot burning stove. I know I should know a lot more of this. We learned this all in Catholic school when I was a kid. Oh, this is where most of the popes have come from. Okay, hold on. Oh, this is the cardinal demographic. So 52 of the cardinals are European, 23 Asian, 20 Latin American, 17 Africa, 16 North America, and 4 Oceanic. Dang, we're the underdogs. We're Pope. Look at that. Look at that. America. Let's go. Does Pope Leo have to pay the IRS like Boris Johnson? Oh, I know, right? I probably not. Because he can charge everything that he does to the church. Be tax-free, I guess. That's hilarious. Is Pope Leo a tax-paying citizen, or is he a citizen of the Vatican at this point? Does he get it? Can he get dual citizenship and just, you know, not have to pay tax anymore? Nice. Shorting on this? No, I'm not shorting on this. Remember, I only take my strong pivots only. What looks like it can fall, I'm still not chasing a short. I don't trade Forex. I don't. Well, that's kind of cool. American Pope. Let's go. Now Trump might think he can manipulate the Pope. Oh yeah, the I think the church would tell politicians to fuck off, even though the Pope is like, you know, a peaceful guy. He probably just will laugh off any. Like, what would Trump even pressure the Pope to do? You know, I'm sure they don't really care. Don't threaten to fire him next. You're gonna do what I want, or else I'm gonna replace you as Pope. You would do that, huh? The Pope needs to come out with a coin. Oh shit, that's a meme. That is kind of funny. All right, pop quiz. How many people can do this? Ready? Anyone else? Anyone else have that skill set? Anyone else seen Ferris Bueller? And how many people do you annoy with it? I do it all the time. Is it possible to see previous day's pivots on the platform to backtest it? Yeah, I'm very bored. Don't make fun of me. I need this market to move. Put on your resume, yeah. Hey, is it possible to see previous day's backtests? Not on the platform currently, but our current project trajectory is designed for backtesting and previous day's data. We've revamped the back end to be able to do that. So our current project trajectory's goal is for backtesting. So we're having to do a whole lot of steps to get there. Stu can do it too. That's funny. Okay, well, market, let's pull back a little bit. Let's get somewhere where I can play this. All right, guys, I'm going to take off today. No more trades. That was a loss. I'm done. So now I'm just going to go hang out with Pickle and probably go to the park or something. But thanks for tuning in. We'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow. Talk about your reward to risk ratio. It's at least 1-to-1 on 90% trades, and 80% trades are usually 1-to-1 or greater. Bigger trades like hedge pressure, bounces, and things like that. The R&R is dictated by the setup. So a lot of times hedge pressure or DD plays, I can get 2, 3, 4, 5-to-1 sometimes. Those are bigger swing plays throughout the day. But liquidity pockets are usually like 1-to-1 setups, but they work so much and I do more often. All right, guys, thanks for tuning in. We love y'all. We will see y'all tomorrow.
Market spinning in chaotic haze. Rocket scooter blast through the maze. Volume prediction shows the way. Leave the doubt and the fray. Liquidity map paints the scene. Hidden nodes like ghosts unseen. Reverse engineer to see the light. Illuminate the darkest night. Rocket scooter has got the key. Pull back curtains, let me see where institutions hide. Doubt can't live where you reside. Trends we ride with heads held high. Resilience makes the weak ones fly. Future volume crystal clear. Rocket scooter leads no fear. No more guesswork, no more loss. Seeing past the others cross. Institutions will be seen. Predict the flow like a machine. Rocket scooter, you've got the key. Pull back curtains, let me see where institutions hide. Doubt can't live where you reside. Trends we ride with heads held high. Resilience makes the weak ones fly. Future volume crystal clear. Rocket scooter leads no fear. No more guesswork, no more loss. Seeing paths the others cross.